Can it be a chill day? Have I earned that? I finished my birthday cake. Not one of these bitches helped me out, okay? The birthday cake is for me, chocolate peanut butter. I finished it. It came at a great personal cost. I had 3 slices yesterday and one this morning. Yeah. I'm not in my 20s anymore, okay? I'm oh, hey, happy 40th birthday. Yeah, I feel like it. I feel like it. Jesus Christ. Not gonna lie, you're 100% allowed to somewhat pig out in your birthday cake. Yeah, I think that even if you're dieting, like even if you're trying very hard to lose weight, I feel like it's pretty morally important. For one, you can't throw out the birthday cake. And for two, you can't count the calories of the birthday cake. Like, if the success of your diet is hinging on you not having a cake during your birthday, your diet's not going well anyway. You know what I mean? Like this is you need to commit to this. What games you've been playing? Motherfucker, I've been playing Diablo 2. They added a new class, and the Warlock is very fun. Very fun class. Been having a blast. I've been struggling to gain weight lately. Not very woke of me, but whenever I see people say, I know some people struggle to gain weight. I never have. So when I see that, I have to resist the reflexive temptation to be like, just eat 3 slices of birthday cake a day." What are you talking about? But I know not everyone has the same appetite. I understand. I understand. Do you need to buy the new Diablo 2 DLC? You do, and it's $20 too. I think that's a lot, but in my opinion, I think that's worth it because the devs who have been running Diablo 2 have been doing a phenomenal job upkeeping it. And I consider it like a courtesy payment. A lot of the benefit of the DLC was free. You're basically just paying for the new class. So I thought of it as like, here's an extra tip. Thank you for all the hard work. You know. I started D2 because you mentioned it a lot, and I gotta say it's really good. I am completely unable to objectively evaluate Diablo 2 because whenever I am in Act 1 and I'm getting the rogue encampment music or I'm in the Den of Evil and I hear the little fucking imps, the gremlin guys, that shit in the background, I'm in the goddamn I'm in the white noise space, you know. Yeah, the Tristram theme is it's over for me, you know. It's my Rakanisho. Yeah. I'm gone. I'm completely gone. Um so yeah, no. Diablo 2 was the first game I ever played. I remember the first time I played Diablo 2, I was in Florida because I used to spend my summers visiting my grandparents. And I went over to the weird house, the weird, repressive, conservative veteran dad house next door because their oldest son, no, their youngest son had Diablo 2 and we would take turns playing it on their ancient computer because I wasn't able to convince my parents to get it for me because it's an M-rated game and I was like fucking 0 years old or whatever. Um, then I finally got it and I was like, yes. And for years afterwards, I fantasized about meeting that kid again and showing him how good I got at the game. Like when I was 11 or 12 or whatever, I was like, I specifically remember, I was like, he's gonna see, I'm so good at it now, I don't even pick up the chip gems. That shit ain't nothing to me. Because when I was a little kid, it was like, oh my God, a chip gem, shiny. But now I'm like, that shit's nothing to me, man. Of course, that shit should be something for you. Chip gems are useful, but you know, it was a foolish preconception. Um, Man, what a game! What a game! Is D2 still worth playing? Yes. What's your favorite takeout type? Um, I don't really know, man. Probably like Korean or Thai food or something. Something with a rice base, because I think that keeps really well um with takeout, but not sushi. Because like I love my favorite like ethnicity of food is Mexican, but Mexican takeouts, I'm not saying it's bad. It's great, you know. Um, but it can be messy. It can be messy in the takeout. Is YouTube being really fucky for anyone else in chat? Yeah, YouTube was down yesterday. Yeah, no, YouTube was down, like properly down yesterday. So if there are any issues with the stream, please don't blame me. I prefer Diablo 3. Under rated opinion, personally, D3 turned out to be really good. Like, if you look past the art style problems, which I agree with, I think they're an issue. Um, Genuinely, D3 got really good once they fixed it, but it took years to fix it. You know, it took years. Man, remember original Hell Act 2? Remember like breezing through normal and nightmare, and then you got to Hell Act 2 in the desert, and that one like bug enemy would just fucking annihilate. Like the balancing in the original D3 was psychotic, where you were complete, like there was no challenge up until that point, and then Duriel, no, D3. You go into the desert, and there's these bugs that fire lines of little bugs that explode when they hit you, and for some reason it was balanced so that they did like they one shot you, and it was there was no way to avoid that. It was insanely difficult. Everything. I don't know. They fixed the game up though. They fixed it up good. Never forget the real money auction house. Yeah. Hello. Not swear as much. No, gotcha. Yeah, gotcha. D1 and D2 low-key boomer coded now. D2 is still a fun. D2 is still like a super fun. What's wrong with the art style though? The problem is that Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 were like genre defining in the dark fantasy. Like D2, even with its low resolution, was very realistic, right? Like you look at the D2 models and they're like dark and shadowy and bloody and gory. And then D3 was like Marvel soy. It was like Thanos. Very cartoony, very bubbly, very like cell shade, not cell shaded, but it had that vibe. It's not, D3 doesn't look bad, but it did not look like a Diablo game. More Warcrafty, yeah. Yeah, art direction. If I didn't have responsibilities, I would just play some D2. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll do politics for a bit, then I'll just chill play some D2. You know, it would make me happy to do it. And isn't my happiness what matters most, you know? Where that's not us committing to a D2 playthrough before we do Metal Gear Solid 2. Okay? That's just me chilling. Have you tried the latest PoE? Yeah, no, I put like 160 hours into it. I got a Bone Witch up to level 91, I think. Level 91, but now I'm kind of sick of it. The end game needs work. I know it's still on early access. That's why I typically don't play early access games. D4 still needs work. I bought D4 and I regret that I couldn't refund it, man. There were so many design decisions in D4 were fucking baffling to me. Turning it into like a Ubisoft no permanent environment, like run here to the event space or whatever. Like, why does everything have to be the same game now? You know? Blizzard now is not Blizzard then. And D2 Resurrected is not being managed by Blizzard. Yeah, they turned it into like a live service MMO. Fucking sucks. God, kill me. I am dying from the cake. The cake is killing me. Have you played Grim Dawn? I have not played Grim Dawn. Another settlement needs your help. Here's a waypoint. Yeah. No, it's too bad too, because maybe the class design in D4 is really, 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 really good, but I'm not going to see it if it is, you know? Bosch is always sick. No, I'm not sick, man. I have allergies. I always have allergies. It's not sickness. I feel great right now, except, well, my tummy hurts from all the fucking cake. Um, but it's not sickness. What kind of allergies do you have? Cats? Oh, excuse me. The fuck? Huh. What a weirdly long hangnail. Politics. You want me to look at a politics thing? Jesus Christ. Is that my job? What a shame. I did see this, though. Normally... Oh, right, yeah. You have to start with Associated Press. That's how it knows. Oh, no? You gotta... Okay. Okay. There we go. Jesus. Being disagreeable. Is OBS getting sentient? Fuck, I hope not. Jesus Christ. I fight with enough elements of the stream, you guys included. I do not need to be beefing with the software. Oh, look at that. How apropos, how Democrats are feeling about the party. Normally, whenever the New York Times does a cutout of a voter group and asks them what their feelings are, the results are psychotic. You know, how many times, especially in the lead up to 2024, did we see the New York Times be like, we interviewed 20 Democrats and here's what they had to say, and they were all like actually insane people? Well, we finally got something that confirms my priors, which means that I'm happy. Dem focus group at the New York Times. Do you prefer a candidate who identifies as progressive or a candidate who identifies as moderate? A progressive candidate, everyone. A moderate candidate, no one raised a hand. That's pretty nice. I like that. Where's the art? Can somebody pitch me the article? Can somebody give me the article? I can't get around it without getting rid of the images. I want the images. If you could give me an article, thank you. Give me free money, please. Give me the article. Give me the give the big streamer the article. Yum yum. Fleet manager. God damn. Work for me. Give me money. Thank you. Yum yum. No, I'll wait. I'll wait here for 40 minutes. I don't give a fuck. The editors are going to cut this part out. Okay. Was running it a little close to the sun. But that one, I think. Oh, Eddie got it. Or did he? The link isn't loading. Sorry, Annie. It won't load. We do have a gifted link here, though. What word would you use to describe the Democratic Party? Paralyzed, sold out, afraid. 13 Democratic voters on Trump ice and their frustrations with the Democratic Party. I love this. This is why, and you know, Masaigu keeps saying this, and loath as I am to give credit to that weeaboo, there is a real point here. The shitlib types online who are trying to shove Gavin Newsom down your throat, I really don't think they're representative of the Democratic electorate. Like, we're getting poll after poll after poll indicate, like, the Democratic Party, the voter base, is really unhappy with the party, you know, really unhappy. So you know, the idea that the Dems need to pitch us better candidates is not just some fringe lefty complaint. It is the majority position of the I'm sorry, I don't want to like invoke drama or whatever. I'm not even gonna say, I saw like a lefty streamer or some lib shit, whatever, like unironically arguing that they would support, I don't know, Jeffrey Epstein as a Dem candidate over Hassan because Jeffrey Epstein might have better positions on Israel or something. I might be like misremembering that, but that was I was like hallucinating the clip. I saw it first thing when I woke up. I opened my phone. I opened my phone, I saw that, and I was like, what the fuck? And I rolled out of bed. Um, I don't know. Yeah, that might have been like a bit. It's true it was Hutch. Okay, it might have been a bit. I don't know. Didn't Hutch used to play games? I don't know. That's why you have to run? Oh yeah, my positions on Israel are going to be really are going to be really favorable to the lib shit demographic. Yeah, they'll love what I've got to say on it. Um anyway, participants in our group weren't unclear about what the party stands for, the greater good and the protection of civil rights, but many also expressed dissatisfaction with the lack of resolve this past year during shutdown fights as well as more broadly. Even recognizing that there isn't much Democrats can do out of power, true to an extent. People wanted more action and more aggression, especially if and when Democrats take power again. The big thing that Democrats lack isn't even like consistent policy advocacy. It's a narrative, a strong narrative that they can all plant their feet in the ground on and reaffirm and just like constantly, time and time and time again, they go like the Republicans are so good at this, and that's because their info comes from the top down. The thing is, the Democrats should still have a really easy narrative because the Republicans are literally the most evil people alive. They're the most evil, stupid, incompetent, pedophilic, philandering, fucking grifters in the universe. It should be like an incredibly easy dunk, you know? But still, we flub. We flub. In particular, they wanted candidates who were young, progressive, and from a more modest or working class background with clear and simple messages. As for the Democrats who are standing out to these people, Jasmine Crockett, Pete Buttigieg, Zohran Mamdani, Gavin Newsom, what a wide cut, huh? What a scattershot there. Many of them are the ones who have made a point of appearing in combative media environments. This is, I'm not going to argue with New York Times here, as much as they deserve it. This is very, very true, though. Regardless of their actual positions, all of these people are known for being vocal and aggressive. Pete Buttigieg literally did like a Jubilee appearance and argued with 20 retards. Jasmine Crockett's whole thing is being like boorish and rude. Zohran Mamdani, obviously extremely outspoken, though not really in a negative context. And Gavin Newsom has the reputation of being aggressive despite folding immediately when actually arguing with a Republican. So it's again, it's the impression. It's the impression people get, you know? Invoking a famous Michelle Obama quote, after the past few years, these voters no longer want a party that goes high. I really do hate that framing, by the way, because I truly don't think that when a fascist political party goes low in the form of like attacking civil rights, lying, cheating, stealing, whatever, I don't think you're going low by being aggressive against that. I think you're doing your job. Like I think that you maintain the moral high ground simply by being better than them, not by engaging in aggressive tactics. That's not like what the Republican Party isn't bad because they're aggressive. They're bad because they're bad. This guy's fucking staring at me, dude. Terrell, 68, independent black Democrat retired. Look at, oh my God. He's got like the Mike Ehrmantraut. Like, here's what you're going to do. You're going to go to the polling booth. You're going to vote for Zohran Mamdani. You're not going to vote for Andrew Cuomo. Tell me, what are you going to do? I'm going to vote for Mamdani. You're going to vote for Zohran Mamdani. Is that Mr. Beast next to him? I see it. I see it a little bit. DSP. Did you see DSP did a live stream with the Virtual Boy where he was just describing what he was seeing? That was fucking funny. I don't know if it was Virtual Boy or just like a headset. That shit was funny as fuck. Fill in the blank for me. I'm feeling blank about the way things are going in the country these days. Confused about the direction the country's going, frustrating, upset and concerned, discouraged, strongly. So yeah, nobody's happy. Does anyone have a positive word? No, I don't. No, absolutely not. Working class background means rude, boorish, and kind of slovenly? What the fuck are you talking about? Did you read something here that I didn't? You said you're frustrated. Tell me why. Immigrants, 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 immigrants. Damn, people really like/love immigrants. Why do YouTube channels like Midas and Adam Mockler always cover Newsom so favorably? I don't think Midas is bought out by the DNC establishment. However, there is a lot of money and inertia flowing around him as like the Democratic frontrunner in 2028. And I think a lot of people are caught up in that. And a lot of people are really taken by like his press account on Twitter, you know? You said discourage. What are you discouraged about? One, a lot of the economic policies that have been put in place, looking at the job market, looking at the numbers that came out today, worst numbers in years, it feels economically there's no light at the end of the tunnel. That is true. The immigration policies are also a disaster, and they're inhumane. Socially, some people have just embraced being blatantly racist, whether it's towards immigrants, whether it's towards African Americans. It's been normalized. Not to say it ever fully went away, but we've just regressed. Yep. Mm-hmm. These cartoon faces are also ugly? Really? I kind of like them, actually. I don't know. They feel dignified. Kind of like a wood carving. You know what I mean? I kind of like them. Oh. Are America's best days behind us, ahead of us, or happening now? Behind us. You know how pessimistic Democrats have to be for every single one of them to say behind us? They're doing MAGA shit here. Oh, America, yeah, America was at its best in the 50s. They probably don't think the 50s, but you know what I mean. Every one of them, man. Jesus. You talk with someone about politics at least once a day? All day for me now because of Insta. Every day, every day, every day. I keep up with it every day. Man. If you had to use one or two words to describe the Democratic Party, what words would you pick? Spineless, complacent, paralyzed, afraid, incompetent, suffocated, sold out, sellouts and suckers, immobilized. Can I say no balls, no cojones? It's crazy that in this environment, as Ezra Klein insists that the Democratic Party does not have a messaging problem. You know? These people are so fucking paid off. So what you're saying is the average voter in the Dem Party couldn't be further away from each other? Oh, 100%. Yeah, no. No, what no, the gulf between the Democratic Party and the Dem voters is like is incredibly vast, you know? At their core, both parties are fundamentally neoliberal. They're the large project that they're engaged in right now is not one of nation building or even really of racial purification on the right, but the transfer of wealth from one group of people to another, much smaller group of people. The problem is that for a wide variety of reasons, the Republican Party has been successful in pulling the wool over the eyes of their constituents and making them focus on stuff like immigration or race or whatever. And the Democrats haven't. Like the Democratic Party has not really like found a message for their people where they can be like, hey, we're winning the fight for you on this, while the wealth keeps flowing out. They've tried, they've certainly tried, but it has not landed. What, Ezra Klein obviously does agree the Dem Party is a messaging problem? No, he's said otherwise. I mean, he might say that there's like an issue in delivery, but he seems to think that there is like an ideological core to the Democratic Party and modern day liberalism that is real and that is well communicated. He's made that argument. Maybe he's contradicted it elsewhere. Ezra Klein's problem with them messaging is that they're too pro-trans. I mean, yeah, they have tried to sell us that message, In the lead up to Kamala Harris's defeat, they, Democratic strategists, many of them, did make the argument that the problem with the Democratic Party was that we had gone too far left in a variety of social issues. And I mean, like they will find literally any possible excuse for why things aren't working other than they fucking suck. So I mean, you can expect anything, right? You can expect anything. It's not interesting, really. What wasn't there some outlet that just did this? They just normalized this position, or they put out an article advocating for this. Can somebody, do you know what I'm talking about? They put out an article where they were saying like the Democratic Party's gone too far left on trans issues. It was just a couple of days ago. Very, very novel take, I know, but it was the first time that outlet had done that. Maybe one of you will find it. We always know what you mean? God, I hope so. Nice, Dragonisha. When you say you want to see Democrats stand up and fight, what does that look like? Just getting the messaging right. You hear the Republican side, they'll spew nonsense about everything. I'm not saying spew nonsense, but if they can't get a clear, cohesive message out there, and they don't all stand together on that message, so no one knows, hey, we're fighting for you for this. One of the big causes of this is the obsession with chasing the polls. You know, Democrats love to do this. Republicans do not chase the polls; they make the polls. Um, a total ban on abortion is unpopular. They don't care. They're going to push for it. Revoking trans rights, gay rights, whatever, it doesn't matter. Any social issue is unpopular. They don't care. They're going to do it. They decide what they focus on. Democrats constantly chase public opinion polling, like famously Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton being anti-gay marriage up until it became like socially acceptable, just ticking over to 51% popularity. You know, they never lead on an issue. They don't believe in anything. They just wait for it to be popular enough to say. So like, they'll never advocate for anything, really. They did the same thing with immigration. All throughout Trump's first term, they were like, all humans are humans, no criminals on stolen land, blah, blah, blah. Take them out of the camps. And then as soon as Obama became the president, not Obama, sorry, as soon as Biden became the president, they shifted over. And all of a sudden, the language got a lot more hawkish on immigration, and public opinion on the threat of immigration shifted negatively. Case in point from yesterday. Well, yeah, this is the consequence of when you have two political parties, and one of them is just anti-trans, and the other one is anti-trans as soon as it's popular to be anti-trans. Like, yeah, of course. Obviously, there's going to be a shift there. It's not good. At least most people believe we should ban discrimination against trans people in hiring and housing. That's nice, at least. That tweet is from this. This is the tweet, or sorry, this is the article that I was thinking of. The argument, this liberal centrist rag. The trans rights backlash is real. The Dem Party is bouncing back. The trans right movement is not. That's not entirely true, by the way. I think that is I think that's misrepresentative. But this article, yes, does contain a bunch of the opinion polling, including what we were just looking at, essentially making the argument that we overstepped, you know? Great stuff. Yeah, even among Harris voters, only 35% support for puberty blockers and HRT access for minors. Did Crockett lie? Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about right now. The trans rights backlash is extremely real and very worrying for progressive. The public is aligned with conservatives on several issues like sports, restrooms, and minors' access to care. This is possibly the worst issue for progressives I've ever polled. Notice how the framing in the article, and this is the author of the article, notice how the framing here is not moralistic. It's not making the argument that this is bad because it's bad for trans people. This is bad because it's bad for the progressive movement. This is an optics failure, you see. Oh, this is a bad strategy. You're engaging in the wrong strategy. This is bad for your movement. No indication from the author's perspective as to what's actually morally right or wrong, which means that, of course, they're anti. If you're morally neutral on a civil rights issue, you're anti the people in that civil rights issue. If you're morally neutral on slavery, you're pro-slavery. I don't care. I'm not fucking just like day one of being woke class, okay? And the insistence on taking that position here, the implication obviously is, well, we need to drop this issue. But if you drop every issue the moment it ticks into unpopularity, you never supported it to begin with. I can't believe, like, it's actually insane to me that this is a mainstream position within the consultancy class in the Democratic Party, that it's both politically good and like optically beneficial in the long term to make it obvious that you have no real positions. Like, do you not think in the long run that makes your voters not trust you? If you say you're pro-immigration, but then you attempt to pass the most like vehemently authoritarian anti-immigration bill in modern American history, or you say like, yeah, man, we're anti the abuses of ICE, but then you're like completely wavering on your position on ICE. Trans people? Oh, yeah, no, we're super woke. We're super trans. How many genders are there, Jack? At least 3. And then as soon as it ticks over, what, trans people? Nah, we were never. Gavin Newsom bringing fucking Charlie Kirk on to agree with him. Do they not believe they can sway people? I think the truth is there's two halves to this. One is that many of the Dems are genuinely just bad at their job. The other half of it is that none of them actually believe in this progressive bullshit. They're just using it as a smokescreen so they can get away with stealing more of your money. And I don't mean like you donating through Act Blue. I mean the neoliberal project. Like, if they can keep distracting you with this like shadow puppet battle that they're doing with the Republicans over whether or not trans people get to take a shit in the right restroom or whatever, they get to occupy 10 years of your time. You know what's happened in the past 10 years? I don't mean like the culture war. I mean in terms of income inequality. Like, trillions and trillions and tens of trillions of dollars. The combined GDP of the European Union flooding upwards. Incomprehensible amounts of money. Do Democrats want to do anything about this? I don't know. Have you seen any Democrats talking about raising taxes or a wealth tax? I mean, there are a couple who talk about a wealth tax. Ro Khanna, AOC. Do you see them talking about taxing unrealized capital gains? Very, very few. Very, 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 very few. So I don't know. It kind of seems to me like that for a lot of them, this is just window dressing, you know? It's the what do you call it? The fake stuff, fondant you put on the cake. Ro Khanna's billionaire tax needs to pass. Oh, sorry, Gavin Newsom said he'd veto it. He said that preemptively. He said that preemptively. Before, like, just as soon as it came out, Ro Khanna was fighting on Twitter with a bunch of billionaire retards arguing, back and forth, why it's bad to take away any of their billions. Gavin Newsom steps up, backstabs his own party man. Nope, we're not going to do it. Wow, thank you, Gavin Newsom. You're not even running for governor again. Cumulative wealth and number of billionaires worldwide. Crazy. Look at that. Since 2016, $10 trillion up to the billionaire class, not even including people who own hundreds of millions of dollars. Just the billionaires. Just with the B. It's only a couple thousand people. Six months ago, the CEO and editor of this mag said they would never run anti-trans pieces. Oh, but it's not an anti-trans piece. Oh, no. No. It's merely imploring the progressives reconsider their optically bad position on the matter. Oh, it's only encouraging introspection. It's not anti-trans. And much to that point, here's the author. To be clear, I've never once advocated for Dems moving away from advocating for protection for trans people, but what protections you choose to fight for and how you fight for it is a really important topic when public opinion's heavily slanted. So yeah, there you go. I'm not anti these things. I'm merely asking you to reconsider your optically treacherous insistence on advocating for the things that I'm saying I'm not against. I don't think it's bad to do these things. I just think it's bad that you're doing them. These people. If you want to argue on sports, then that is a losing fight. End of story. And it's not just clear in our poll, it's visible in data from the New York Times and backed by other polls on other LGBT topics. Any question of whether it's morally right or wrong, out of curiosity? Are we concerned about that at all? Only a person who did not think it was morally right or morally necessary would argue that the only issue of importance was whether it was popular. The popularity of a position does not determine whether or not it's right or wrong. How popular was abolition back in like 1789? Or take this quote from Sarah McBride talking to Ezra Klein. Phenomenal. I'm not capitulating to the conservatives. Here's Sarah McBride talking to Ezra Klein. You decide. But it's not anti-trans to do a poll. It's not anti-trans to point out the movement's lost a lot of ground over the last 10 years. And it's not anti-trans to say the strategies chosen haven't worked in the face of Republican attacks. But you're not advocating for a change in strategy. You're advocating for Democrats to stop advocating for a given civil rights issue. That's not the same as a strategy. You're not offering a different strategy on how to advocate for trans rights. You're saying that you should abandon these positions. The dishonesty and smugness. I really do hate these Substack fucks. I really do despise them. This is like the entire, this is the like lib shit intellectual apparatus, you know? Everyone wants to be Ezra Klein because everyone's noticed that constantly licking the assholes of people in power has gotten him a lot of attention, you know? Oh, what a big Substack income. Oh, look at how much he costs to book for a speech, you know? What does he do? What does he say? Not much. He gets made fun of every time he takes a stand on anything or offers a position. I can't believe that with no prompting he came out and just abruptly said there was no Epstein conspiracy. Why? I'm sure he was paid to say it. But he's like the biggest liberal guy. He's he's quite possibly the most prominent person in their camp. And he's a fucking idiot. He said what? For no reason, and I mean that sincerely. I'm not saying that to like puff it up or whatever. Genuinely, with like no prompting, no reason, right towards the beginning of the big push for the Epstein files, he put out this dramatic statement where he was like, Epstein fucked kids, and also Epstein had a lot of powerful friends, but I believe those two halves of his life were very separate. Essentially arguing he didn't do sex trafficking, which we know that he did, and that there was no big criminal conspiracy where he did evil shit with a bunch of other powerful people, which, again, we know he did. Why did he say that? I don't know. How many affiliates of Epstein personally paid Ezra Klein over the course of his career? Probably quite a few. Is he mentioned the files at all? Nah, Ezra Klein's barely older than I am. He's not mentioned in the files. I guarantee you a lot of the people who like him are, though. He's personally friends with Larry Summers. Well, there you go.
I think I should say, before I start this episode, where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what we
look at this dramatic delivery too.
know, I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate. I don't think there is a list of bold-faced names somewhere.
Where is he? This is a New York Times opinion video, which means that he booked this. Like, he made the effort to coordinate with the New York Times to put out a video opinion piece for the purpose of saying, hey guys, there's no Epstein conspiracy. Like, again, if you like, when like people like this are standing on the shoulders of giants, and this is the giant. Like, I'm just like, this like lib shit intellectual industrial complex is rotten to the core all the way down. That's why they're Epstein apologists and defenders, which is exactly what this is, by the way. That's why they're these spineless weasels. I'm not anti-trans. I'm just suggesting you adopt a different strategy. The strategy being to not be pro-trans. Like, it's psychotic, you know, psychotic. All good?
You can now give me your best Jewish impression.
Don't say that. Condé Nast take on Epstein, but what is a pedophile really? True. True. Only a matter of time before Ezra Klein comes out with his hot ephebophilia takes. Also, what strategies were Dems ever using to be pro-trans? The Democratic Party was never, like, aggressively pro-trans. For the most part, they were just, like, capitulating to loud activists who were pro-trans, which is not the same thing. Giving space to loud, socially prominent people to be pro-trans and, like, coasting off of that adjacency is not the same as your leaders being actively pro-trans themselves. It was a matter of convenience. God, I love espressos so much. No, that was my fourth. Thank you, though. Four espressos? Well, two double espressos. So I guess it was my second poured cup, but the poured cup was two espressos worth of caffeine. Bro is zooted. Have you seen how often I forget, like, very basic names in places? I need the cognitive supplement, okay? It's my only hope. Are there any positions or attributes where you think this is a deal breaker for me when I'm looking at different Democratic candidates? Oh, ho, ho. Every issue is important. Economics are important, but to me, civil rights, LGBTQ rights, all those things are really important to me. Aside from social issues, which I assume if we elected Dem, then the social issues would be okay. Tax the wealthy, the billionaires. How do we fund these programs? Taxing them. I would say supportive ICE, immigration reform, healthcare, providing Medicaid. And then here's the progressive versus moderate candidate, where all of them wanted progressive, a progressive candidate. 50-50, more or less, split on whether they want a candidate with experience or a candidate who's new to politics. The only one who wants an older candidate is Mike Ehrmantraut, Terrell Ehrmantraut. You're not going to vote for Zohran Mamdani. He's too young. What you're going to do is you're going to find the oldest person in New York City, and you're going to write him in. You're going to write him in as a write-in candidate. Everyone else wants the younger candidate, which, okay, you know, old person solidarity. Man, okay, New York Times, you got to get these to pop up a little faster, otherwise you scroll right past them. Do you prefer the middle-class candidate, or does it not matter? Everyone wants the middle-class candidate. Keep in mind, like, the average Democratic congressperson, not just Democrat, right, Republican too, but the average congressperson is quite wealthy. So, you know. Do you think the experience concern holds any water? And I don't mean as a synonym for establishment. The problem is that, like, experience so often correlates with anti-competence, where the more time a person is spent in government, the more likely they are to be co-opted by the machine and to be incompetent because it allows them to get away with not doing anything. So it's really difficult for me mentally to separate, like, real competence. Like, Zohran Mamdani is not particularly experienced, but he is very competent, clearly. I mean, you know, at least in the politics side of things, we'll see. He seems to be doing pretty well with, like, the actual mayorship, at least so far. I don't know. Can anyone, like, and I'm being serious, can somebody think of me, think for me a candidate who was very experienced, but also not completely bought out by the machine? Like somebody who used it to be competent? Because I'm having trouble. Like, it kind of, the closest thing that I can think of is Bernie. I don't really think of Bernie. Well, he's experienced in the sense that he's been there for a while, but that's not really what I think of. We don't like Bernie for his experience. We like Bernie because he's Bernie. Lena Khan? Lena Khan would be a good example. Lena Khan would be a good example. Yeah. PM of Canada to an extent as well. He definitely he's definitely using his experience in banking to do a lot of, like, monetary policy shit. Yeah, Mark Carney, thank you. Mark's Carney. That like an average person might not be able to. I'm not sure. I think Pelosi also fills that criteria. Buddy, I said not bought out by the machine, okay? I know Pelosi's more competent than Hakeem Jeffries, but let's not let our standards fall quite that low. If you could give Dem some advice, either about running for office or being in office right now, what would you tell them? Think long term, stand up, don't back down, don't be scared. Going high when they go low doesn't work anymore. Stand firm with conviction, just like how Jasmine Crockett's demonstrating. No! Pick a message, then have everyone stick to that message. Be bold. Listen to the people when it comes to healthcare and social security. Listen to the people. Dig in and fight dirty. Don't go on a tangent over here when the message that you want is in the completely other direction. Run candidates that make your wealthy donors nervous. Use your voice, use your power. No one's happy, man. No one's happy. God damn. Anyway, yeah, the point to all of this being the idea that the Democratic Party is dropping the ball tremendously is not like a lefty, it's not like an out there lefty opinion. It's a pretty mainstream opinion. I mean, we have polling to support that, not just this particular article, but it is worth engaging with that. Ugh. I'm a sports fan who understands trans females should not play with birth females, but also I don't give a fuck either. Okay, so this isn't really the point of what we're talking about, but it's tangential, but I do want to address it. To be clear, like, there have been studies, extensive studies, medical studies, with athletic medical scientists, that after 2 years of hormones, the athletic advantages conferred upon a trans woman over a cis woman in sports are essentially non-existent, you know? The crazy thing is that we gave up on this argument completely, but we're right. We've always been right. For one, it's marginal, and I'm going to be real. Like, for the most part, I don't give a shit because there's like 20 trans athletes in total. There's not that many. It's very usual, especially because everyone talks about trans women, right? So, like, usually most trans women are worried more about, like, I don't know, dressing or makeup or whatever. They're busy with other shit. They don't want to be out there fucking suplexing people, and you know, I get that. More power to them if they want to, but it's just not that common, you know. But even then, I refuse to give up on a position that is correct just because everyone whines about the optics. Should it be front and center? Nah, probably not. Like the transport stuff? Nah. Republicans want it to be because intuitively it feels wrong to a lot of people, you know. But I'm not going to give up on it just because it's, you know, it just feels. This is such a losing issue. Why does anyone even bother addressing it? Because it's correct. What does it say about all of your positions that your willingness to say the true thing is contingent upon the perceived popularity of that true statement? You know? That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, you have to be, you really can't concede, you cannot like preemptively concede here. Again, I don't think you should make it front and center because it's pretty marginal, but you really don't want to completely drop the ball on it. It's correct, but our rhetoric needs to evolve to be more persuasive. There's no rhetoric on it right now. Nobody's defending trans people in sports. No one talks about it. Seriously, like, look around. I'm Ozymandias, king of kings. Look upon my advocacy for trans women and cis women in sports in despair, you know? What do you see? A fucking open desert. Like, there's nothing. There's no one talks about it anymore. The issue's been completely abandoned. Pick your fights? Sure, but don't be wrong on the fights you're not taking, I guess is my point, you know? Like, that, when was the last time you saw me getting a big fuss about this, right? I'm not out here, you know, I'm not wearing the trans sports hat or anything. I'm just saying if it gets brought up, I'm just going to acknowledge that it's true. Also, it's always going to be marginal. You know, now the mainstream position for a lot of Republicans is that they're calling women who aren't even trans men, like that one boxer lady, or there have been a couple of cases of female sprinters that have like really high T levels because testosterone is the chemical that makes you goated with the sauce. But they're cis women, you know. Yeah, the Algerian boxer, Man Khalif. Yeah. So, like, listen, okay? The attack against trans women participating in women's sports is and always will be a front to attack women's rights broadly. Much in the same way that being anti-trans women in women's bathrooms then leads to like butch lesbians getting attacked and like women getting policed over their appearance because maybe a chick's just a bit clocky, you know? She's got a pussy, she's just a bit clocky. What are you gonna do? Sometimes people are clocky. I'm a bit clocky. What do you want? And then they get beat up, you know? Like, it never ends there. You can never allow bigotry on any front, no matter how marginal, because it's always a wedge to allow for the broadening of that bigotry, you know? Unified front. Hello, River. Oh, goodbye, River. I'm still not willing to concede on the point that sports being fair is mostly an illusion. I don't know what you're on about. All I'm saying is that medical scientists have determined that past a certain point, trans women are really just like not carrying any advantages. You know, there's very, very marginal differences, certainly smaller than the range of potential athletic ability that you see within cis women, you know? But of course, sports isn't fair. Sometimes people are just goated. It's not all a skill issue. Anyway, we don't need to argue about this, okay? There's a really good video about how even sex is a spectrum because of extreme differences in genetic spectrum. Oh, buddy, the fact that sex, like biological sex, is a spectrum is, again, just that. It's a fact. Like medical science, American science, big people with lab coats and big glasses, you know? Life is never as simple as you think. But if you give up on these issues because people are, intuitively inclined to the wrong answer, then what are you going to do? Then give up on everything, you know? People have been intuitively inclined to the belief that people of different skin colors are fundamentally different for like millions of years or whatever. Like the tribalism directs us towards lots of shitty positions intuitively. It's your responsibility to determine what's right and then advocate for it. You know, you can't, you can't like give up ground every time because people are by and large retarded. That's ridiculous. What are you doing there? They can have small glasses too? Yeah, maybe. Well, anyway. Dem voters are furious with their party. No. It's not just lefties. Dem voters aren't happy either. Yeah. That's good. What's this about Crockett, the title? Why everyone's focusing on Crockett? Is she that much of a celebrity? We're looking at a New York Times article, okay? Hey, yeah, Crockett. Well, it's, you know, the primary is taking place right now in Texas over who's going to run up in the Senate seat. You want to know in what way she lied? Okay, fine. 1 second. I'll pull up the video. You want the video? Fine. I'll get the video. Jesus Christ. She sounds so whiny. I mean, she does love her race baiting. Save to watch later. New Not Just Bikes video. I saw this from the Hill. Hold on. I want to find the press conference, the whole thing. Why can't I? Early voting has begun. Early voting starts tomorrow. Okay, we'll take a look. Crockett admitted that Talarico got a boost from the Colbert interview drama. Well, ain't that funny? Yeah, I mean, it's true. So as a reminder to everyone, the FCC ordered CBS to not air the Stephen Colbert interview of Talarico because they argued dishonestly that they were legally obligated to provide equal time to to Jasmine Crockett. This is not a legal standard that is upheld in general anymore, but also specifically not in talk shows. Like, it's not a rule for talk shows. And also, how many times has the White House intervened in Democratic primaries like this? Okay. They did this because they want Crockett to win. We know the Republicans want Crockett to win because Republicans were the ones who goaded her into the race in the first place by providing fraudulent data that told her that she could win against Paxton. We know she's their pick, right? So anyway, obviously, all of this has turned out to be very embarrassing for Crockett because the fact that the FCC denied CBS the right to play the Stephen Colbert interview actually led to a bunch more views, right? Classic Streisand effect. Is that the right word, Streisand? Am I remembering the right celebrity? You put effort into making something invisible. Everyone wants to look at it.
Information suggesting that the federal government did not shut down this segment. Number one, that is my understanding, that the federal government didn't shut this down, and we will do an official statement once we get another official statement that we anticipate is going to be coming from Paramount. All right, so we will read what they say, and then we'll go from there. It is our understanding that Colbert, either Mr. Colbert or CBS, decided that they would schedule the hearing. And this was
really good location choice for a press conference, I gotta say.
Because of a fear that the FCC may say something.
Talarico Airlines, Talarico the pilot, blasting airplane fumes down at my chud opponent on the ground.
To them, and that there may have been advice to just have me on, and then they could clear the issue. It was my understanding that someone somewhere decided we just don't want to do that, and instead we're going to just do it this way.
So basically what she's saying is that the federal government, the FCC, didn't actually take down the interview. Instead, they simply said that they needed to have Crockett on as well, and they declined. So that was enough to keep the thing from being broadcasted, which would be the FCC stopping it. Like, I don't understand what she's saying. The FCC didn't stop it. They just imposed rules that, if not followed, would stop the interview from being aired. I don't understand. She's misinformed sucks. Well, it's not that she's misinformed. She's regurgitating misinformation from the federal government, which I might remind you is controlled by the Trump administration right now. Also, CBS is essentially Trump's state propaganda at this point. Colbert blasts CBS for denying it blocked James Talarico interview from air. Late Show host Stephen Colbert called CBS's denial of his claim that it blocked the broadcast of his interview with state rep James Talarico crap. He urged the network and its parent, Paramount Skydance, to stand up to the bullies in the Trump administration. The host on Monday had said CBS's lawyers told him in no uncertain terms that we could not have Talarico on the broadcast. So the question is this: who do you guys trust right now? Okay? The FCC, which is controlled by Trump, and Paramount Skydance, the organization that paid a bribe to the Trump administration to approve a merger, who is directly controlled by a Trump billionaire who has a Barry Weiss, a like pro-Israel czar that has been placed in direct control of the network. Who do you trust? Them or Stephen Colbert and Talarico? I'm not even saying I like Stephen Colbert that much, by the way, but this to me is the easiest thing in the world. Jasmine Crockett is going with the narrative from the FCC and CBS. So, bullshit. I do not think that Stephen Colbert is lying when he says CBS's lawyers told him that they could not have Talarico on the broadcast, because if so, why the fuck didn't it air on TV? Can somebody, if there's no FCC intervention, can somebody explain to me why it didn't air on TV? They forgot? Crockett's genuinely just not an intelligent politician. Sure, she's not, but that's not even the issue here. The issue is that in a unprecedented attack on the free speech of a late night talk show host, having a political candidate on, you know, this is very much like the Jimmy Kimmel bullshit. Crockett has decided to reaffirm the Trump administration's position on the issue, which is insane. Like, she could have said it's insane that they took down the Talarico interview, but instead what she's saying is, my understanding is that they lied, and that's not what happened. She's siding with the administration and with CBS, which is basically the administration. Again, CBS is insanely captured.
Probably should have been defendants. And then I also have to depose the former president and former secretary of state next week. So I am continuing to show up in D.C. and do the work that I was elected to do as the Congress.
Nah. Give me the more up-to-date info, please. She appears on MS Now. I want to see. What does she have to say about it?
Trump is worried about Democrats flipping Texas. Recent polling from the University of Houston shows both James Talarico and Jasmine Crockett within the margin of error against the two most likely Republican opponents in that race. And Trump is so freaked out by the situation in Texas that he is uncharacteristically pretty silent-ish about it, refusing to endorse a Republican candidate in the primary campaign, choosing instead to keep his powder dry and leave his options open.
I just haven't made a decision on that race yet. It's got a ways to go, and I haven't. He's a good man. John is a good... I like all three of them, actually. I like all three. Those are the toughest races.
He likes them all. How hard to choose. Why would he endorse a candidate now when early voting in Texas has already begun? Trump is kind of scared, it seems. He is scared.
This is true. He's probably been told to not preemptively endorse anyone because they want the most effective candidate to win the Republican primary in Texas, not just the Trump-approved one. Like, they don't want Trump favoritism to get in the way, especially now that Trump's approval rating is through the fucking floor. Which makes sense. Wait, who's the third? They're talking about the Republican primary candidates to settle who wins that primary. We're settling between two.
Scared of the Democratic candidates in Texas. Scared enough that he doesn't want to insert himself in the race and back a single candidate who might go on to lose the general election. And Trump has every reason to be scared of either Democrat in that race. I mean, James Talarico has exhibited an ease in weaving faith and morality into his...
Has the Democratic primary started? Yes! Everyone please go out there and vote for Talarico. Apparently there are Crockett defenders in my sub. Do not be betrayed by their siren song, okay? Do not get that bitch in through the primary, okay? Talarico.
Message that's really broken through. Attempting to...
I'm foreign, but I'll do my best. Yes, yes, yes.
Appeal to a coalition much broader than Democrats in a state where you typically need Republicans and independents to win. And as I mentioned before and at the top of the show, Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett has been holding this administration's feet to the fire at every single chance she gets. She's held them accountable on their treatment of children who are imprisoned inside a Texas detention center. She's held them accountable on their botched release of the Epstein files, including in a hearing with Pam Bondi just last week.
You're spending more taxpayer.
All right, give me appear on the thing now, okay? Nice tracksuit. I'll give credit. Nice tracksuit.
Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Texas. She's, of course, a candidate for U.S. Senate. There are so many things to talk to you about, and I'm so grateful you're here. Let me just start with some of the news from today, which I just outlined. I mean, in CBS's statement on what happened with Colbert's show last night, they name-checked you. I mean, they said this. The show was provided legal guidance that the broadcast could trigger the FCC equal time rule for two other candidates, including Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett.
Okay, again, I just need to, just because I know there's going to be discourse in this, just to be clear, this equal time rule, for one, is not broadly enforced. It's selectively enforced, which is bullshit in itself. But it's also not enforced at all because it doesn't apply to talk shows. There is no precedent, or at least no meaningful precedent, no upstanding precedent for the FCC flat out canceling or refusing to broadcast aired interviews for candidates in an election just because it was only them and not also their opponent. What does it apply to? Like news coverage, news interviews.
What do you make of that?
But also, like, you see them interviewing her right here. Where's Talarico? You know, this is not a broadly enforced rule or standard. That taking down or like threatening CBS to get them to not air the broadcast to begin with, very, very, very like big escalation for what the FCC typically does in cases like this. Yeah, it's just mob shit.
We actually received a phone call, and that was a little bit earlier today. And in that call, they explained that they actually told CBS that they could go ahead and move forward with the interview of James Talarico. They just needed to offer me equal time. I did not get a request from the Colbert.
Yeah, so you can only air the interview if you guarantee that you're going to provide also like a full interview of Crockett. That's denying the air of the interview. That's the selective enforcement right there, the fraudulent enforcement.
Show to go on. As you know, I've been on Colbert multiple times, and frankly, if we would have gotten an offer, that would have been great, but we're in the middle of early voting, so I'm kind of focused on being in Texas at this moment. I don't know what to believe, that's for sure, but I got that phone call as I was out talking to voters.
Again, this is unambiguously defending the Trump administration. This is the FCC, Brendan Carr, big Trump stooge, attacking CBS, threatening them, saying, hey, unless you do this unreasonable thing that we have no legal grounds to demand of you, you can't air your broadcast. You can't air we don't want Talarico to win, you know? And she here, rather than condemning the Trump administration, is doing this hemming and hawing over it. She's like, well, I heard information that sounds contradictory, but it's actually the same information. She's like trying to play it down, but what she's saying is she heard the same thing. The FCC takedown, unless like certain stipulations were filled. Which they weren't, nor do they need to be.
That's it. So there's so many things to talk to you about again, but they called you today, but they decided not to air the interview last night. You've been on Colbert.
Is this election soon? In 2 weeks, yes.
A number of times, as you just said. Did you have any issue when they were going to air the interview last night, when they promoted it, or when it was supposed to air, or did anyone from your campaign?
No, we didn't have an issue. I mean, we've never run into an issue with Colbert. And even as you talked about The View, you know, supposedly this FCC complaint came about because I had more time than Mr. Talarico when I went on there after I declared my candidacy. So, you know, listen, I will tell you that I have no love for Barry Weiss. I have no love for Brendan Carr whatsoever. But I do think that, as you also mentioned, Kimmel, it is important that we resist in this moment. And so there were a number of options that could be put on the table. And
so you think it was bad that they censored the broadcast?
Frankly, you know, the Late Show decided that this was the option, and I think that it was a good strategy. I mean, look at what happened when they tried to censor COCKETT. We found out that you could get a lot more views, so I think it probably gave my opponent the boost he was looking for. So I think it's probably better that he didn't get on.
Oh, she's fucking mad, dude. She's fucking mad, dog. Oh my God. She's like downplaying what the FCC did, but she's like, well, I guess it doesn't matter anyway, because it kind of backfired, didn't it? Holy shit.
And that they went straight to streaming.
Yeah, look at Saga's face, man. She's like, yeah, it did get a lot more views, huh?
Because we know that when we resist and when we know that it seems like they're trying to change the rules and bend the knee to this president, that it backfires in historic fashion.
Spectacular.
She is not very good at hiding her feelings here, huh? It's almost like mid covering for the FCC. She kind of like realized she didn't have to defend anything because it worked out in Talarico's favor anyway. So she just like her face fell, you know?
Over and over again. And you have been no stranger to them going after you as well, I know. Let me ask you about something, and I mentioned this a little bit in the opening. Trump was asked about the Republican candidates in the Texas race on Air Force One last night, and he kind of said, I like them all, and refused to really endorse any of them. What did you make of that? Why do you think that is?
I love it. There's a couple of things about this, right? A lot of people are like, there's no way Texas can do this. And I'm here to tell you that even on day one of early voting, we are exploding with participation right now. And we just had 2 special elections, one that swung 30 points, another one that swung 17 points. We are really ready to do this in Texas. And frankly, right now, I will tell you what the insiders tell me. They tell me that he really doesn't like John Cornyn, so he just doesn't want to endorse him. We know that the Republicans have already spent $50 million trying to boost Senator Cornyn in this primary, yet he is still trailing Ken Paxton, who only raised $1 million last quarter. We also know that supposedly his chief of staff does not like Ken Paxton. So there's that. And then Wesley Hunt doesn't really have a shot. So he doesn't really know what to do. There are people that are pulling at him in different ways, trying to tell him what's most strategic to do. But there was a...
Who's Talarico? Why do we support him? Talarico is a small-time local politician and former teacher who has recently risen to stardom in a long-shot bid for the Texas Senate seat that has ended up being quite possible. His big pitch is that he's a Christian, but like, get this, okay? He's a Christian, but he's not Hitler. I know, right? He's a Christian, but he actually says stuff that like Jesus Christ would like. Basically, it's crazy. It's very, very, very rare these days. He's the only actual Christian in Texas. Yes. But he's good. The main thing I despise about Crockett, I mean, for one, her response to the FCC censorship order here is ridiculous. But broadly, she has bad political instincts. She says like weirdly unelectable shit, like that fucking comment about Hispanics and slaves. She said that she doesn't need Republican voters to win in Texas, which again, fucking what? She's a Zionist. She's really inauthentic. She seems to me like one of those politicians whose beliefs are governed by what she thinks will get her like social media attention. She's like Nancy Mace or Boebert or Marjorie Taylor Greene to an extent, in the sense that like a lot of her hype seems to be kind of like a very, like capitalizing on very performative influencer politics rather than having a deep set of convictions that she draws from to make her decisions, It comes across very inauthentic. She did also pitch in for the Senate race at the last possible moment, and she was baited into doing so by Republicans. And Republicans seem to want her to win because they think that they can beat her.
Poll that actually dropped today that had me ahead of all 3 of them. So whichever way they decide to go, we're ready to win this thing.
I'm sure Donald Trump loves Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, who may be the Democratic nominee, calling out his fearful strategy right now. You were known to so many people watching right now and so many people out there for a range of viral moments. I played kind of one of them from last week, but you've had so many of them, humorous jabs at Republicans on the Hill. But you're, of course, much more than that, as everybody is, but as everybody who's in elected office is. Often people are caricatured. What else do you wish more Texans knew about you?
Yeah, so first of all, I wish they knew that I actually started my political and legal career in rural East Texas, and that I served on the Agriculture Committee last cycle. So I'm that girl that actually can go into rural Texas, even though I represent the Dallas area. And I've been talking to our Texas farmers and ranchers way before I was looking at running for the U.S. Senate. I understand the challenges that are facing all Texans, whether you're talking about our farmers and ranchers that are currently filing record bankruptcies, or whether you're talking about that mother who may be sitting at home wondering whether or not she's going to have enough money to pay for health care and food on our table. We are leading in uninsured in the country. We have been leading in uninsured for a very long time. But as someone who lived in rural East Texas, I know what it is to have to go to Shreveport or go to Dallas so that I can actually see a healthcare professional because there's not one that's there. Listen, the challenges that Texans are facing, especially as it relates to affordability, with us being one of the top exporting states in the entire country, they are real. And so we've got to rein in this out of control administration. We've got to make sure that we're getting these tariffs under control. We've got to start to grow our economy instead of continuing to shrink it. We've got to make sure that housing is a real dream that can be realized by all Texans.
Sorry, she kind of fell in the weave there. Got me caught up too.
And so we've got to make sure that as I walked into Citizen, but she is a Latina, and she was so scared. She was in tears and under.
Oh, speaking of Latinas, I'm sorry. I always have this clip on the back end, man, because it's so fucking funny. In Texas, of all places to say this.
So I had to go around the country and educate people about
what immigrants do for this country or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right, right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now. Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands. You're not. You're not. We done picking cotton. We are. You can't pay us enough to find a plantation.
I know that's right.
Even the crowd's not. She's at a Baptist church. Even the crowd's not really engaging with this. That's a lot of racial animus, man. Jesus Christ. That's why we need Latin immigrants, because we're not going back to the plantation. Oh man. Yeah, that she was really banking on a bigger laugh there. She does the race, because she does the racial animus stuff like really, really, really often. So do her supporters.
I am tired of people asking whether or not I am electable. The reality is that that is nothing but dog whistle. If you got a super PAC that's doing your bidding, then they need to go ahead and lift you up. What they shouldn't be doing is tearing down a black woman who, number one, is more qualified. These are just the facts. At the end of the day, I am the only one that has owned a small business. I am the only one that has actually practiced law both on the state level and the federal level. I am the only one that has been elected to do work on the state level as well as the federal level. And frankly, I did all of that, and we know that as it relates to my opponent. And God bless, because my dad is a teacher, so I don't want anybody to get this twisted. But he had...
The crazy thing is that despite constantly playing the race card, like, I actually see less racial animus directed against her from across the aisle than I do a bunch of other... Like, obviously, Trump's called her low IQ or whatever. He does that to every black woman. But, you know, it feels like she wants to be in a race against a chauvinistic, racist white Democrat. Like, she wants to be in a race against some 1970s blue dog Democrat who's going to talk down to her and call her Missy or something. But she's not. But she keeps acting like she is. She wants to act like she's the underdog, even though she's a sitting member of the House. You know, there's a lot of like weird, like a mismatch. You're up against Talarico. He's like the nicest guy, you know.
2 years where he taught charter school. And then after that, he went into the State House, and then he became a consultant for charter.
Mr. Talarico has been up with a ton of ads this entire campaign.
Yeah.
Do you have any regrets about your campaign strategy?
I don't. Listen, I think that Texans need to, number one, understand that Republicans are going to outspend us come November. This is just the reality. If we spend $100 million, they're going to spend $200 million. And if the only way that you can get through an election is by spending money, then we're going to have a problem anyway. We've tried that. We need a candidate that, yes, can raise money, and I am the 5th highest fundraising member of the House. So, yes, we need somebody that can get the resources, but more importantly, we need somebody who has a rapport with the people, because when we don't have enough money, because we will not match their money no matter who.
Does she have any policies, or is it just this? She does have policies, and it just kind of feels like it's copied from the playbook. I guess to me, my problem isn't really her policies. It's more her personality and her sincerity. You know, she just comes across like a narcissist who is only interested in self-aggrandizement and will play into whatever seems popular in order to like aura farm off it. You know, it doesn't seem like she has many convictions. Because she mostly just talks about herself, to be honest, unless she's like prompted not to. Fuck, there's a really, really, really good clip that I wish I had right now. Let me see if I can find it, where... Okay, so technically she's never received AIPAC money, even though she's a Zionist, and she has said and done pro-Israel things. I mean, she's a member of the House, you know. But there was a... Oh, here we go. Forgive where this clip is coming from. Her stated positions on Israel and Gaza and such aren't that bad. Wait, is this fucking Michael? I think this is Michael. I recognize that hairline and double chin. Michael.
Started out tonight by repeating this refrain that Israel has a right to defend itself. Yeah. Israel has just invaded Lebanon. Israel is now intimating that it could attack Iran. So shouldn't we be looking for a little more than just these platitudes about Israel having a right to defend itself? What is the limiting principle, especially when the U.S. is the one providing the armaments for Israel to wage these military campaigns, as you know, having voted for the National Security Supplemental back in April, which underwrote Israel's war effort?
I absolutely did vote for it. I voted for that along with every other supplemental that was available. And I will tell you this. It is important that people understand what diplomacy looks like. And it looks like the fact that this relationship between Israel and the United States has existed since before I was born. And guess what? This relationship will continue on in perpetuity even after I'm gone. And so when you look at Israel, I think it is important that people start to talk about the fact that the state of Israel versus their leadership. Because right now, or when I went to Israel, I know that the people were protesting Netanyahu because Netanyahu was reforming the courts.
Remember, the position of Talarico is that he wondered where was God in Gaza, and then he realized that the screaming children being bombed by Israel in Gaza were God, you know, screaming at us. And like his position on Israel is like, we have a divine mandate to stop this violence. So we're getting like the juxtaposition to that.
In addition to the fact that Netanyahu was under investigation along with people in his administration. Sound familiar? Does it sound like somebody else that you know? It sounds like Donald Trump to me, somebody that has reformed our courts that have decided that he now has a level of immunity that he should not be entitled to based on our laws, as well as somebody who is under criminal indictment. This
liberal line of separating Israel and its leaders. This is what the J Street people are trying to offer, by the way. The like moderate supplement to AIPAC. They're like, oh, we don't support Netanyahu. You know, we support the moderate politicians in Israel. And then you ask the moderate politicians in Israel what they want to do to Gaza, and they're like, well, we want to kill them all, of course. Like, as if the majority of the population of Israel doesn't want to slaughter every fucking Palestinian.
Well, as somebody who has criminal convictions. And so different people do their votes for different reasons. But for me, when I'm looking forward and I'm trying to figure out what is going to happen, if for some reason, let's say we say, well, you know what? You had your Democratic election and we just don't like your leader, so we will leave you. Will that give permission to our allies to leave us if God...
I'm dumb. What does J Street mean? J Street is a PAC that offer... they're like the pro-Israel PAC that is anti-Netanyahu. They're meant to be less like aggressively militantly Zionist, but it's AIPAC but nicer, basically.
Forbid Donald Trump come back into power and then they leave us, and then that leaves us more insecure. So, I mean, everybody has their reasons for why they do stuff, but I will also tell you this, because the issue today has to do with the fact that Iran ended up firing missiles.
So how do you guys feel about this? Does this feel like how does this feel to you? Like, you know, we're all lefties here, we're all anti-Zionist, as we should be, as God ordains. This feel good to you?
Over into Israel.
After Israel invaded Lebanon.
Okay, but is Iran Lebanon? Or is Iran...
No.
Okay, so
but this thing, it's a spiraling catastrophe that the Biden administration has done nothing to rein in.
Let's be clear. When the attacks, which I will say, everything that happened in Lebanon, or the initial attacks, at least that was more calculated, and it was more, it was specifically intended for who? For terrorists, correct?
Is she talking about the fucking pager bombs? Or what is she referring to here? A bunch of civilians died.
Correct. I mean, these are...
You got to clarify what you're saying. I don't follow.
Hezbollah.
Right.
So Israel was attacking Hezbollah, correct?
Well, they've done a ground invasion into Lebanon now.
They have now done one, but to be clear, they were attacking Hezbollah, who is a terrorist organization, correct?
Anyway, technically, Jasmine Crockett has not received any AIPAC money, which means she's doing this for the love of the game. I just wanted to play this clip because I have seen some people say like, oh, she hasn't taken any AIPAC money, so they're both equally good. No. You actually watch him, or watch her talk about Israel. You can see exactly where she sits.
They've invaded the entire country. They bombed Beirut. They've bombed the country.
Okay,
So you think everybody who's been killed in the Israeli bombardments has been Hezbollah?
I didn't say that. I'm
Okay.
telling you that what I am saying is that at least when Lebanon, we talked about what?
They had the pagers, correct?
Right.
And so they were literally more calculated in trying not to do.
Those pages blew up in grocery stores, and a little girl was killed.
I understand, and I'm not disagreeing with it. And I want to be clear: no one should ever be okay with war.
Holy shit, dude. What the fuck is AIPAC offering her if they haven't paid her direct? Like, what are they, in what form are these payments, like, what are they taking, you know? That's crazy. Holy shit. A really nice dinner? Yeah, a really, really, really nice dinner. Oh my fucking god, dude. Well, anyway. Yeah, this is like there's a video of you on Little St. James tier shit. This is like how they got Fetterman. Yeah, no, I really do. I despise her. I truly hate her. Just good to keep this in mind, I suppose. Thank you, Michael, you worthless fucking pedophile wretch. Sorry, not pedophile, just constantly defends Epstein for no reason. Take from that what you will. I have no legal reason. There's no basis upon which I can make that accusation towards him directly. It's just a coincidence he keeps doing all that stuff with Epstein. Anyway, yeah, she's pretty bad. All I really have to say is that the FCC's attempt to get Crockett up as the primary winner instead of Talarico has backfired, and that there has been the biggest upswing in attention directed at Talarico that he has ever experienced. So God willing, he'll win that primary, you know? I hope this lost to the primary. I really do fucking hate her. Better than Paxton, though? Yes. Jasmine Crockett is better than Ken Paxton. That is true. Are we sure? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Talarico using Hassan's messaging here. Ah, he must be a fan. He was on the Theo Vaughn podcast? Oh, no. He's saying Hassan was on the Theo Vaughn podcast.
No one's ever asked me about the cost of housing. No one's asked me about the cost of prescription drugs. No one's asked me about the cost of childcare. The only thing the media wants to ask me about are trans athletes. And so what I would say is that the only minority destroying this country is the billionaires. Trans people are 1% of the population. Undocumented people are 1% of the population. Muslims are 1% of the population. We are all focused on the wrong 1%. Trans people aren't taking away our health care. Undocumented people aren't defunding our schools. Muslims aren't.
Why is this on this clip?
Cutting taxes for themselves and their rich friends. It's the billionaires and their puppet politicians. And so we need not only the media, but all of us to focus on the real problem at hand.
Someone on the team has studied your boy a little bit. Maybe the staffer saw the Theo Vaughn episode. Yeah, because he was like,
fuck, man, his head really is tiny. It doesn't matter how much I work out. I'm never going to have these proportions. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yes, you're angry. I'm angry too. Why are you angry? Because DEI, because trans people, because undocumented immigrants. Undocumented immigrants aren't your fucking landlord. They're not the one who's raising the price of rent. They don't own the mega corporations. They're not sitting at the board of black.
This is definitely what we need to center on, especially after the Epstein leak that indicated there's a very strong likelihood that the billionaire class literally directly manufactured the culture war. We've always known that, by the way. Like, we've always known there is a very, very, very direct relationship between the spending of billionaires, or very, millionaire, whatever. Like, they don't have to be billionaire with a B, but very wealthy people, the bourgeoisie, whatever you prefer. That's the big B, between those people and right-wing culture war talking points. Like, anti-abortion, climate change denial, anti-trans rights. You know, these things are never organic. They never come out of nowhere. They're organic on the left. Pro-trans advocacy was the product of decades and decades and decades of weird gay people in San Francisco and New York making short films about how cool they are or whatever. I don't fucking know. I'm a bad queer. I don't know my history. Whatever. God bless them. They put the work in, okay? But the anti-gay, the anti-trans, this stuff always comes from centralized sources of power. The conservatism is a mental illness. It is inauthentic. It is inflicted on the population like a neurological virus. There's only one real, like, true enemy here, the epicenter of it all. We have to treat it as such, you know? I don't like, it's like, well, why engage with conservatives? Your ideology was created by pedophiles to distract you so they could get away with fucking more kids. Like, what? I might as well not even talk to you. You don't even know what your own positions are, and you would flip on them the moment you were told to. Like, all of you flipped on wanting the Epstein files released to pretending Trump isn't in them. I don't know if you can say that about abortion. It probably is just an organic religious issue. Oh, yeah? Look it up. Look up the history of anti-abortion activism in the United States. Go ahead. I'm not saying all anti-abortion sentiment ever was created by the bourgeoisie spending, you know, to direct people towards it. I'm saying, you know, take a look at where these movements, where the common movement centralized, where it really popped off, you know? Let me guess, rich Christian conservatives. It was part, in large part, in the modern sense, it was part of a broader cultural pushback in the 1960s against a wave of progressivism in the form of the feminist movement, the existence of birth control, and the civil rights movement. Being anti-abortion was another way of centralizing, yeah, the position of the moral majority. And yes, mega churches and conservative, you know, media moguls and business people spent enormous amounts of money on making this a common talking point, you know? Prior to that, it was not anywhere near as centralized. You take like a general social animus and you concentrate it and you turn it into a social force so powerful that we're still experiencing it decades later, even in an America where most people believe in pro-choice politics. Isn't that crazy? The majority of Americans, even in red states, are in favor of the legality of abortion in some circumstances. And yet, in about half of US states, there are abortion restrictions, significant ones. In some states, you can't have an abortion at all. Where do you think that came from? Do you think there's a direct money line between the MIC and evangelicals? Do bears shit in the woods? I assume so. It really was manufactured? 100%. Every conservative belief, and I'm being sincere, okay? Progressive beliefs always come from authentic grassroots organizing, academia sometimes, big brain boys. Conservative beliefs always come from pedophile autocrats who are looking to spend money in a way that'll get them good returns. That's it. Always. Seriously. No exceptions. Every fucking time. Everything. It's not a real political movement. Holy tabs? Yeah, we bring up a lot of stuff at stream. What do you want? Oh, yeah, here, hold on. Crockett caught lying about FCC censorship. Talarico hype explodes. I'm like, I will tie me to a rocket and fire me at the fucking Jasmine Crockett elections office, you know? I need Talarico to win. You probably have too many tabs even when you're not streaming. Nah, I usually just got 3 or 4. 6 or 7. Get out of here. Get out of here. I can hear my stream echoing from my partner's headphones. Kids are wanting to learn stuff again, so that's hopeful. I'll believe it when I 6-7 it. Parents are opting kids out of school laptops, returning them to pen and paper. That's good. Yeah, that's good. Ugh. Fucking homeschool photo right here. His laptop was being taken away. His face lit up. Really? He asked, beaming with excitement. Okay, I don't. This is weird vibes. I don't know. Kid excited to have the laptop taken away? I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know. 59% of Americans support abortion in all or most cases. Only 37% want it to be illegal. Correction. A single-digit percent of Americans want it to be illegal. Almost every American who wants abortion to be illegal just wants it to be illegal for everyone but them. And that's a meaningful difference. I refuse to take seriously or legitimize or engage like seriously with beliefs that are just the lying. Like they're lying about what they believe, you know? It'd be like, it's like the anti-miscegenation thing or whatever. Or it's like when you see right-wingers online and they're all like, black women are ugly and they look like monkeys. And then you take a look at their fucking retweets and it's all interracial porn, you know? Going either way. It's like, dog, you don't think that. You don't actually, like, the same people who are like, yeah, all non-white people are ugly, white people are superior aesthetically, and then they'll post anime art of like anime boy conquistadors fucking native women in Latin America, and it's like you don't actually think that. You're just saying it the Vice signal. No one believes this. No one actually believes that all non-white people are ugly. They're faking. They're just lying to impress the guys around them, okay? See Strom Thurmond, who had a half-black daughter but set the filibuster record to stop civil rights. Yeah. Or all the slave owners who were like, yep, we sure are better than them, and then they have fucking illegitimate children through the slave girls or whatever. Like, just it's not. I don't believe. None of you fucking believe in anything. You're not real people. You're fake. You're hallucinations. Your entire belief system is a hastily cobbled together collection of post hoc rationalizations and justifications created by pedophiles that you employ to give your life structure. I don't need any of that shit, okay? And you want me to talk to these people. What do you want me to do? They should be using their toothbrush to clean toilets in fucking mess halls, okay? They're not worthy of... They were given speech only to test the patience of better men. What's that tweet? You know. I don't like these pictures. These pictures have a sinister vibe. Very sinister vibe. Vosh, you should keep in mind the slave drivers were often fucking the slaves to breed more chattel, not from actual desire. I'm not fucking the slaves because I find them attractive. It's just to produce more slaves. Well, why don't you get the male slaves to have sex with the female slaves? Something that you could easily force them to do because you have guns and they're literally in chains. No, they wouldn't do it right. It has to be me in here. Yeah, sure, dog. That must have been, that was their take. That was the fight. When they go back to the country club, they're like, yeah, no, it sucks, man. It was so gross the whole time. I had no choice but to spend 8 hours yesterday breeding every female slave. What are we talking about here? Jesus Christ. Thomas Jefferson entered the chat. Vosh, you're the only one talking? Fuck, you're right. Do you think my wife bought it? Dude, right? Genuinely, conservatism is a fucking plague. I know I'll never live to see it, but like the broader reactionary sentiment needs to be treated with the same impulsive disgust that we treat things like you know, like being pro-slavery or whatever. Like all of it should like just social suicide to admit to any kind of broadly reactionary impulse, you know? God, I wish. I long for a country that would string me up for being too reactionary. Why is being reactionary bad? Not all change is good. Don't be retarded. I don't have to take you seriously. You're not real. You are a hallucination cast upon me by an evil, wretched demon. We're bombing Iran soon? Yeah, probably. Up to 25 tankers have been observed heading over to Europe and or the Middle East. Yeah, probably. We've been gesturing at it for a while. Not super surprising, all things considered. We're going to keep doing this forever. The Democrats will continue it, by the way. It's like that tidbit we saw, you know, the Israeli economy relies on war. There's no version of Israel that is not constantly at war with its neighbors. So we will continue to supply them weapons and money. And the U.S. is starving Cuba right now. Yeah, we're probably going to do a coup in Cuba pretty soon. Things are getting pretty bad over there. Do you think Hassan will save them? We can only hope. Marco Rubio has been holding secret talks with the grandson and caretaker of Cuba's aging de facto dictator, Raul Castro, as the U.S. places unprecedented pressure on Havana's regime. The talks between Rubio and Raul Guillermo Rodriguez Castro are bypassing official Cuban government channels. 41-year-old grandson. And his circle representing younger, business-minded Cubans for whom revolutionary communism has failed and who see value in rapprochement with the United States. Cuban Missile Crisis 2.0? No, that's not what that means, and that's not what that was. You don't know about that thing. You're just typing stuff. That was a different thing. After 67 years of U.S. sanctions and Cuban mismanagement, the totalitarian government appears close to never to collapse as the island teeters on the edge of humanitarian crisis. The power grid is failing, hospitals are limiting surgeries, food and fuel are increasingly scarce, tourism's drying up. Remember, we seized control of Venezuelan oil and directed it away from Cuba to Israel. That was a very on-the-nose bit, where we arrested Maduro and seized control of their oil tankers and then just drove it over to Israel. Wait, really? Yes. Trump's threatened sanctions on the island's other large oil supplier, Mexico. Yes, Mexico is sending aid over to Cuba.
Rubbish on the streets, bikes to get around, power only by torchlight. This, the state of Cuba desperately running out of oil supplies because it's reliant on Venezuela for fuel, and the US blocking imports of oil from there threatens to grind this island to a halt. The problem is everywhere to be seen in Havana, and this now a threat to public health. No fuel to power the rubbish trucks.
Now it's serious, critical, very critical. It's prone to causing diseases which are caused by garbage. Please do something about this.
And no fuel for homes, schools, hospitals, causing blackouts for much of the day. Cuba's iconic 1950s cars replaced by these electric bikes, the only way to get around in a...
Yeah, it's genuinely, it's really, 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 really bad. For decades and decades, Cuba has survived, even after the collapse of the Soviet Union, has survived in spite of the U.S. embargo, and in many respects has been a nice place and pretty good considering its circumstances. It's never been great, and the government has been pretty bad. Not just recently, but for decades. But it was at the very least like a place that you could go, you could travel there. It felt like a real country. But in the past couple of years, it has gotten really bad. I mean, Jesus, they don't have the fuel to run the trash trucks. I mean, yeah. Why is blockading a country legal? Well, we're America.
Country being choked off from its supplies. Life in Cuba has become almost unrecognizable for the Caribbean island, which usually attracts millions of tourists a year.
This is not going to make Cubans like America, lol. Unfortunately, most Cubans seem to be directing their displeasure towards the Cuban regime rather than America specifically. I'm not saying that Cubans like America. I'm saying that they would be favorable to a replacement of their management.
I used to be a driver. I used to drive in El Medron.
But to be fair, the Cuban regime has done a pretty bad job. So
I worked every day, but because of the gasoline and oil situation, we've had to take this alternative, find a tricycle to keep moving the population. There's no other way.
Cuba's communist ideology has put it at odds with the world's biggest superpower for years. It's now stuck between accepting White House demands or facing a crisis that could snowball into catastrophe.
No, the United States has just continued to embargo them and treat them as a terroristic threat for no reason. Cuba poses literally no threat to us. The idea that because there are differences in the way we run our economy, that means we get to starve them and block not only free trade between our businesses and theirs, but also prevent like aid from other countries is absolutely insane. This is not them being at odds with us. They pose no threat to us whatsoever. They're a tiny, poor nation in the Caribbean. This is all because, for one, we want to punish them for defying us, and for two, Marco Rubio really, 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 really wants to conquer Cuba.
Citizens. Trump says it needs to make a deal or face the consequences, seeing a potential chance for a Cuban government to fall.
Cuba is right now a failed nation, and they don't even have jet fuel to get for airplanes to take off. They're clogging up their runway. We're talking to Cuba right now. I have Marco Rubio talking to Cuba right now, and they should absolutely make a deal because it's really a humanitarian threat.
South America is a
Israeli tactics. Israel uses American tactics. So yes.
Region split at the moment, traditional alliances bending under the pressure of US involvement. These were much needed supplies from Mexico being shipped in last week. But its government now halting shipments after the US threatened tariffs against countries that send supplies to Cuba. But not everyone there agrees with the Sheinbaum administration, with demos against what some Mexicans say is economic suffocation for Cubans, and Chile's far-right president-elect saying it won't be lending Cuba a hand either.
I do not agree with giving direct economic aid to a government that has imposed a dictatorship for more than 60 years and has left the Cuban people in a very deprived, inhumane situation.
Russian tourists at the airport in Havana being repatriated, but while an inconvenience for its holidaymakers, this is potentially an opportunity for Russia itself, because Cuba now needs oil, and badly. Russia could be the one to provide it. With the US-Cuba relationship strained for decades, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, the son of Cuban immigrants, is seen to be ramping that up further, accused of a personal agenda or even a lifelong dream to exist.
That is true. The president of Chile is literally the child of a Nazi party member, by the way. Yeah, I know.
Exact regime change. Rubio, for his part, defending the aggressive stance to Bloomberg.
The fundamental problem Cuba has is it has no economy, and the people who are in charge of that country.
Again, we're literally starving them. I don't know. Like we're impossibly evil. Everyone. Yeah, I mean, I assume this doesn't need any like restatement here. I hope we all know, like, we are just starving the island to death, so that we have an excuse to do a coup attempt. Like, it'll be in the history books. Notice, by the way, how basically no countries around the world are denouncing what we're doing. You know, just pointing out our European allies have no problem with this. Nobody's doing anything. Nobody really seems to care. Scheinbaum cares. She's sending aid over. You know, Mexico's sending aid over. But yeah, by and large, nothing's being done. Nobody's saying anything. Nobody really cares.
Answering Cuba's distress signal, help arriving in Havana today in the form of 2 Mexican naval ships loaded with aid. Neighborly solidarity in the form of rice, beans, sardines, nearly 300 tons of powdered milk. But it's oil that Cuba so desperately needs and that Mexico couldn't send without risking retaliatory tariffs from the United States.
It's very important help for the Cuban people at this moment we are living through. There's a lot of need and uncertainty, and we don't know how long it'll go on like this.
Since Donald Trump announced an effective oil blockade at the end of January, the effects have been cascading through Cuba's society. Already denied Venezuelan oil since the U.S. raid on Caracas at the start of the year.
It's funny, Rubio's parents fled Batista. Yeah. The way Rubio talks about it, he makes it sound like his family fled Castro's regime. They actually fled Batista's, the fascist, the U.S.-backed fascist that Castro overthrew. But whatever. History doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Only power matters. Wait, really? Yes.
Situation growing ever more acute. Last week, rationing imposed on petrol to go with rolling power blackouts. Cuba relies on oil for more than 80% of its electricity generation.
People are buying 3 bags of charcoal at a time so they can cook when there's no electricity.
At the airport, jet fuel reserves all but exhausted. That's led to Canadian carriers unable to refuel for the return journey to cancel upcoming flights. Canadian and Russian airlines sending empty planes to repatriate stranded tourists. Canadian and Russian visitors making up nearly half of Cuba's vital tourism industry.
Man, it sure does suck the Cold War ended, huh? For all their faults, at least the existence of the Soviet Union prevented America from throwing its weight around like this. It's like the Cold War ended, so America no longer needed to war with the rest of the world over control for the Third World. And we were like, okay, now that we don't need to do war, we can just do neocolonialism. Like, we don't need to literally go into Afghanistan or Vietnam or whatever. All we have to do is impose like economic sanctions or like make deals with, you know, shock doctrine shit to make these lesser, poorer countries subservient to us. They can be our like externalized slave class, which we did, of course. We did this to Vietnam. We did this to Bangladesh. We did this to China. But now the American elites are like, dude, that's fucking gay and boring. You're telling me colonialism is when you do trade deals? Fuck that. We should invade countries again. And now we're doing it again, but for no reason this time. Like, we could make more money off of Cuba by just not embargoing them, not sanctioning them, letting them develop, and then doing normal trade, like as a regular country. But it's not even a matter of personal benefit. We're not benefiting from what we're doing in Venezuela. They're just doing it because it's fun. You know?
Had already been in steep decline in recent years.
In the end, everything is because of the lack of dialogue between the two governments. Ultimately, this is, as I say in the Cuban style, it's like a giant fighting with a child.
Down from the mountains, the conqueror comes.
A fight that's had little let-up since Fidel Castro's communist revolution of 1959. Through the botched invasion of the Bay of Pigs, the Cuban...
Remember, Castro was initially an ally of the United States. He traveled to the U.S., had friendly talks with our diplomats. It was the United States that decided to turn on him.
Missile crisis that threatened a nuclear war, then decades of embargo. Until the brief détente of Barack Obama's second term.
This is a new day.
es un nuevo día.
And Cuba is ready to fall. You know.
Now in his second term, President Trump has redesignated Cuba a state sponsor of terror, increasing the pressure on Havana. His Cuban-American Secretary of State seen as the architect of the policy.
Will you make a public commitment today to rule out U.S. regime change in Cuba?
Regime change?
Yes.
Oh, no, I think we would love to see the regime there change. We would like to. That doesn't mean that we're going to make a change, but we
remember 99 senators, every single Democrat but one, approved of Marco Rubio's appointment into the presidential cabinet as Secretary of State.
would love to see a change. There's no doubt about the fact that it would be of great benefit to the United States.
Cuba's President Miguel Diaz-Canel says he's ready for talks without U.S. pressure or preconditions. Mexico, China, Russia, all calling for resolution through dialogue. Reports in Moscow, too, that it is preparing to defy Washington by sending oil to its friends in Cuba. The Kremlin spokesman not denying that and noting the relative lack of U.S.-Russian trade right now that could be affected by U.S. tariffs.
I like how the framing here is that Russia's not denying the accusation that they're providing necessary resources to a besieged people. Russia, how do you plead the accusation that you're giving oil to the country that America invaded another country to block the oil flow from? How do you respond to this grievous claim? Have you changed your opinion on unipolarity being better than what the Cold War was? I don't know. I would have to think a lot about it. It's possible that even if the Cold War never ended, the Soviet Union would end up being part of the, like, unitary capital bloc that exists today, because they weren't really socialist. I'm not really sure. It does kind of seem like we're speedrunning Oblivion, though. So, yeah, I don't know. It's hard, like, genuinely, I don't really know. I know that's bad, I know this is bad. All I know is that we're in the bad timeline. Maybe there are other worse timelines. I can't. It's not good. It's not good.
Well, earlier I spoke to Francisco Pichon, who's the UN's resident coordinator in Cuba. I asked him how bad the situation was on the ground.
The energy and the fuel crisis that we are facing is really the main humanitarian risk multiplier at this moment. And we are not currently describing this as a full-scale humanitarian emergency, but the risk is concerning, and it requires a lot of close monitoring and a lot of preventive action, and that is what we are focusing on at the moment.
How many days or weeks does Cuba have before it runs out of fuel completely?
This is not very clear. There has been numbers of days that have been mentioned in the media. The government has last week announced a contingency plan to limit the use of fuel to very essential.
Hold on, this is a slightly older video. I want to go back to this more recent one, the one from 1 day ago. Unfortunately, it does kind of seem like there's nothing that can be done for Cuba. Nobody's stopping the United States. I do not know what Cuba could possibly do with no fuel being provided to them except through Russia, potentially, which is not sustainable. Yeah, I don't know what can be done there.
In control of that country, they don't know.
Notice Democrats don't talk about this at all.
How to improve the everyday life of their
people. Remember, we invaded Venezuela, and the statement from Hakeem Jeffries was like, "What the fuck? Why didn't Trump cue us in? We hate Maduro. Why didn't we get in on this?"
People, without giving up power over sectors that they control. They want to control everything. They don't want the people of Cuba to control anything.
The result for Cubans is a dark
uncertainty. Wasn't that Schumer? I think, did both of them say it? Was it just Schumer?
Certainty, with no surety of what's next or confirmation as to where help will come from, if at all.
David Adler works for the left-wing activist group Progressive International. He's one of the organisers of the Nuestra America flotilla that's taking aid to Cuba and was previously involved in similar missions to Gaza. Thank you for joining us. Can you tell us, first of all, what you've been doing, and can you tell us about the mission of your organisation in Cuba and the aid flotilla that you're sending there?
with this escalating assault on the island and its people. We've taken ourselves a large coalition of popular movements, unions, parties around the world to hear that call of humanity and respond by launching a large mission by sea, by air, a flotilla to reach the shores of Cuba and to provide that critical humanitarian aid, those essential supplies, medicine and food, solar panels, for example, that its critical infrastructure needs right now to prevent a true humanitarian catastrophe that has been forewarned by high-ranking UN experts and officials.
I know you were in Cuba just a few weeks ago. How much has the situation there changed since then, and what were the limitations on aid specifically as well?
I think it's possible to overstate the consequences of a siege of this nature. This is not just any geopolitical instrument. This is not just any normal foreign policy. What we're looking at is the failure of really critical infrastructure that sustains daily life on the island. Stuff as simple as trash collection, but something as important as neonatal care.
If you look at action within Cuba over the last few months and years, though, there have been protests against blackouts, shortages before. This isn't just necessarily a US issue. The Cuban government...
Dog, the US has been sanctioning them this whole time. What do you mean? It's not just America. People were protesting blackouts a few years ago. Yeah, we've been doing this for like 70 years, since the 60s.
Continues to repress dissent and public criticism. So there is a history of this as well. You can't necessarily place it all on the US.
We've been embargoing them.
The Cuban government has long
more than
assumed
half a
responsibility for critical policies that would provide for the well-being of their people. There's no shortage of criticism, open discussion, and dialogue on the island about that. But let's be abundantly clear. This is in plain black and white, written into State Department memos and cables reaching back for 60 years of the U.S. blockade, where the explicit goal of U.S. policy is to strangle the island, inflame hunger and desperation that would lead to the type of social unrest that could cause the collapse of the regime. I would call on people to really question, before we normalize these tactics of siege in utter and explicit violation of international law, why are we doing this? What threat does Cuba represent to the U.S. American people? What threat does Cuba represent to the international community, a country that has led medical brigades and provided for the poor all across the world throughout the history of its revolution since 1959.
What do you make of the international response to this crisis then? Has Cuba been abandoned by its traditional allies, particularly in South America as well?
One of the things we've seen in recent days is governments, increasingly wake up, those allies of Cuba, historical allies of Cuba, wake up to this humanitarian crisis. Morena and the government of Claudia Sheinbaum in Mexico, for example, sending humanitarian aid, the government of Gabriel Boric promising to do so, as well as the government of Pedro Sanchez. But
she's pretending like we're not preventing Mexican oil ships from getting there. We literally have threatened sanctions on Mexico if they continue providing aid to Cuba. Like, we are locked the fuck in on this. Though you can't talk about manufacturing consent anymore now that it's turned out that Noam Chomsky is a pedophile and a friend of Epstein and Steve Bannon. We have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. All consent is organic now. Manufacturing age of consent. God, I hate this dude. I hate this so fucking much. Anyway, yeah, sorry. There's not really like a good ending to this or anything. It seems like I don't really see an outcome here. There's no pressure domestically or internationally on the United States, and we seem to have pretty much infinite leeway here. So I don't know. This is the Chud grandson of Raul Castro, who Marco Rubio is having secret talks with. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Wonder how much info there is in this guy. When I Google his name, all I see is people talking about the secret talks. I don't know how much info there is in his like political beliefs. That might not be entirely relevant. We are, in fact, yeah. No. Clavicular update. Oh, this is old. This is from the 12th. You kidding me? Ridiculous. You're trying to pass off as contemporary information. Ancient news. You see he was on Adam Friedland? Yes, I did see that. I don't know. The bit's getting a little bit boring for me. It might be... The problem with the bit might be that the Kick account that keeps promoting it, you know, all the videos are getting really boring. Like, some of them were fun, but then the past, like, 8 or 9 or 10 of them were just an abuse of the language, and the clip was of nothing. It was just people standing around. It's, like, super lame. I mean, like, that's the... If you're doing this K-Fab, like, gay... like wrestling bullshit, you know, this like you know, WWE shit, like, you have to be novel. You can't just show guys walking around. You've watched them all? Yeah, of course. I don't get it. I haven't seen this yet. Is he even funny?
Well, I mean...
Have you streamed having sex?
You can't do that, like, actually put it on the camera, but
yeah.
I've done it, like, with the mic on.
Really? Wait, you're rocking her world? What's it like for a girl having sex with you?
Like 1 minute, and then you have to go to a clinic a few days later.
You hit it quick?
Yeah, bro, I gotta get back to work. I'm a busy guy, yeah.
You're such a legend, it's crazy.
It's not very funny. I know he has like a group of his boys in the room there that are laughing, which honestly makes it less funny that they can't hold their laughter for the interview that's happening. Nah, it's pretty funny. It's not. It's like an overdone bit. There's no. Where's the novelty? You know. Where's the novelty?
Your mom tells the daughter, like, you find a nice doctor.
If you're gonna take
I like the gigantic clavicular updates watermark on the clip stolen from the Adam Friedland show.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of loans, you might as well invest it into surgery rather than going to school.
What if you could be a plastic surgeon?
And by the way, you can actually get college loans and use it for surgery. So this is a method. So I've been telling people, yeah, you can literally do that. So just misappropriating the funds, it's really not going to get you in that much trouble, and you'll mog, so you'll be able to sort of get out of it.
Yeah, it's kind of boring.
These rules when it's like, yeah, as a whole, we're looking at a society here, not, you know, were you able to get with a chick who's hotter than you?
I don't know. It's just like it's.
Are you saying you would eat poop to poop mog someone? Yeah, dude, I would. Okay, kind of runs its course. There's no substance here.
They like it kind of a little bit if we're like a little ugly sometimes.
No.
I think yeah.
Women fucking love it when guys are a bit ugly. Is the key to fame just being really stupid now? I mean, like, yeah. Well, it's that for a lot of people on the internet, the only inroad to get money is being a lolcow, right? It's more of a problem on the right, I think. Like, there are far more people on the left who get some degree of notoriety or whatever. Like Adam Friedland, for example. Like, Adam Friedland plays a little bit into the lolcow thing, like, oh, I'm just a little guy, ooh, my glasses, you know. But for the most part, like, he has positions. His sincerity is like the undercurrent that allows him to do what he does. But no, it's everything is just little like blips of attention. You know, you have a new character, then they get, you know, killed off midway through the season. It's not nothing lasts. There's no sustainability to it. Adam confronted him and going the Michael Knowles show. I'll take a look, but genuinely, like he hasn't said anything insightful so far. I know he's like really young.
Okay, let's do a rapid fire questions. Okay, these will be fun. You were interviewed by Michael Knowles. What do you think of that guy's a bitch, dude?
I thought he was very nice.
Okay, never mind. I mogged when he came on here. He's a nice guy, whatever.
He is nice.
He just tells trans people they should be eradicated. He's a really nice guy.
Yeah, so that's why I just like, I don't like to think about politics, because these people get into these manic headspaces over nonsense. And I'm just
they're
like,
losers.
Dude, why?
Yeah. I have politicians on, and they're fucking...
You have to mention cortisol.
Which ones?
They're jesters, dude.
Yeah, for real.
I had the mayor, Zoran. Have you heard of him?
No.
He's fire. He's pretty fire.
Zoran?
Zoran.
No, I never heard of the guy.
He's sick. He's the New York mayor.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I'm so far removed. I can't give a fuck, man.
He's got a high sexual market value.
That's pretty true. That's pretty true. The funny bits are Adam. Could you imagine just watching Clav like sitting in a room talking to himself? Has Clav ever talked to Destiny? I wonder if Destiny could get something good out of him. Not yet. I'm sure it'll happen at some point. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty boring. He mostly just seems miserable, ashamed of his old hobbies. He seems incapable of engaging conversation. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's part of the broader like milieu, the people being allergic to sincerity, right? That's ultimately the issue, you know. He randomly defended queer people. Clav, yeah, he said like you're a loser if you have queer people, but like it doesn't matter to him. Like he'll hang out with Nazis if there's a blip of attention there, and then he'll be pro-trans if there's a blip of attention. There's no, it doesn't, if you don't believe in anything, none of it really matters. It's all like his position on that would be like me hanging out with different sports teams. Like I'm with the Seahawks, and I'm like, yeah, Seahawks. Then I'm with the Patriots. So like, yeah, Patriots. I don't fucking care. I'm just hanging out with people. It doesn't matter. It's all a grift. It goes beyond being a grift. Didn't expect him to not take the right-wing grift bait. Yeah, I think it's because the right-wing grift right now seems to be dying, genuinely. I think that Nick Fuentes kind of is the, again, what's the word I keep? The watermark? I keep fucking this up. The water table, water line, whatever. Where it like being watershed, thank you, the watermark. Being a right-wing grifter now requires you to die on so many hills, and there's such embarrassing, unpopular hills that it's easier to just be right-wing adjacent, but like not really commit to it too hard. You know, like you don't want to be the guy who's out there having to defend every one of Trump's 57 truth posts every day. You know what I mean? You don't want to be that guy. It's just a terrible place to be. Most of even the big conservative accounts on Twitter these days, for the most part, just get ratioed into oblivion, because like the Epstein stuff was kind of the death knell, right? Like how the fuck do you keep up the populist grift when you are very openly complicit in the Epstein cover-up, you know? That got a lot of people over, and now it's just a sinking ship. I'm not sure what V-Man means by watershed. When I say that, and I say it way the fuck too much, but when I say that, what I mean is like the position. It's like when you see a buoy on the water and it's used to determine like the height of the water, right? It's seeing the water table. Where is the entire movement, judging from the position of one person on the movement? You know? Do you say this in your personal life? Yes. Groundwater? I'm not saying that shit. You're mixing watermark and watershed? It doesn't really matter. It's fine. Reggie Flames, if it's not fun, why bother apply to discourse? I mean, yeah, there's some truth to that. Culturally, you don't really get much out of like it's more difficult for them because they have the cult of personality. I can advocate for a Democrat like Zohran Mamdani, and not have to defend everything Schumer does. There's nothing about my association with the political party or with the movement. I don't have to defend every progressive on Twitter. I don't have to defend every crazy lefty, tanky, campist, whatever. I don't have to defend all those guys. They have to defend Trump, no matter what. You have to defend Trump. And because Trump is like a senile old man and receptive to a bunch of pressure from the people around him, what that often means is you have to defend every right-wing culture war talking point that gets funneled through him because he's the only one they listen to. So they are required to die on a bunch of hills. And we're not. So it's, you know, it's not fun for them. And I get that. You could also like not be a fucking idiot if you, I guess, preferred. I don't know. Get off the watermark thing. No one cares. Fuck off. God, look at these loafers. Oh, look at that wear. Oh my God, I need. Yeah, they don't look like that day one, buddy. You got to put years into wearing them for them to look like that. That's why they look so nice. Those loafers are a high watermark. That's fucking true. Anonymous insider doesn't really mean that much, Kermit Frog. I'll engage with that in a bit. Sorry, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the clav shit's boring. I don't know. The U.S. is withdrawing from Syria. Yeah, we've been doing that for a bit. Early voting numbers in Tarrant County. Ooh. Day one of early voting. God damn. Welcome to Fort Woke, motherfuckers. Holy shit. That's some energy. I really hope those votes are for Talarico, but I guess we'll see. What's this? Media illiteracy is robbing us of male characters that start out misogynistic and gradually learn to respect women because screenwriters correctly fear that audiences would misinterpret depiction as endorsement. That is true. Yes, that is true. Yeah. Oh, God. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of people getting mad at Edmund McMillan because he had Chris Chan or Christine Chan or whatever and Ethan and Gila Klein voice cats as like unlisted VAs in Mugenics, and people were like actually upsetty spaghetti over this. What the fuck is this guy talking about? Don't worry about it. What's Mugenics? Shut the fuck up. It is true though. If they came out with Avatar today, people would hate Sokka immediately, and they would do like discourse posting about it. Sokka was annoying as fuck for like 4 episodes. Neither is that waterbending teacher. I don't know. Did you see Social Security telling people suicide is an option? Yeah, I'm always saying that shit. Nah, dude was annoying until Kyoshi. That was like 4 episodes. That was super early in the show. Also, who gives a shit, you know? You need to have... Okay, can I be real for a second? Stop making characters in historical fiction, especially like animations or whatever, stop making them all woke in like a 2026 way. You know what I mean? Like, I swear to God, and I'm not just talking about fucking I'm not just talking about, I don't know, fucking the Owl House or whatever, but like there are so many there are so many historicisms we tolerate in certain contexts, but then when it comes to progressivism, we insist on like a perfect one-to-one application of our current belief systems, because it always has to be discourse. Nobody can be mildly bigoted without it being like a plot point or something. You know, we need do a thing, all right? You look into the past, you look at those characters, everyone's going to have some kind of bigotry or whatever. You have to live with it and work around it, because once you make it's if you pay so much attention to it that it always has to be a plot arc, I feel like you're looking over the increments by which this kind of progress is made. This is kind of why I hate Steven Universe. There's nothing wrong with Steven Universe in this respect. That's not what I'm talking about. That's contemporary. I'm talking about, like, other shit. Also, Steven's woke. And the gems are woke. That's fine. I saw a Tumblr post that was like, he would not fucking use safe words, and the comments were about how the Joker would use them explicitly, or so he can... You're not woke enough? I'm not woke enough. That's true. No, I get you, Dow. I think in a way what I'm thinking about is Castlevania. The Castlevania Netflix animations. You know? I guess my question is this. If in the Castlevania Netflix animations, the guys had been, like, by default, kind of misogynistic to the women, and that wasn't really a plot point, it was just a thing that happened and she was kind of miffed by it a little bit, would that have been a problem? I feel like, if anything, it would have made the character arc of the lesbian vampires stronger. Because, like, it wouldn't even be because the Belmont, like, he's a bad guy. It was, like, 400 years ago. I don't know. Of course they're sexist, right? I feel like it probably would have been a little bit more meaningful for all the lesbian vampires to show up if there was obvious, evident, constant misogyny present. I'm not saying like crazy shit or whatever, like they were being like hardcore chauvinist all the time, just like, and because it feels like they're just characters from the modern world transplanted back in the past. I don't know. It's the weird, it's the, like, the selective historicism to an extent, where sometimes it's like, we'll permit, were they not casually sexist? Not really. No, not really. Like it only in a way that nobody would get upset with them for. Because that, I think, was the point. Like, they want Richard, or whatever the Belmont's name, they want him to be like, you know, they want people to freak out over how hot he is, which he is. But they don't want him to say anything bad enough that it kind of like flags people. And it's like, I don't know. Richard, well, there's so many Belmonts. I'm sorry. Which Richter, is it Richter? Richard? Yeah, whatever. Richter Belmont. I need to rewatch it or something. I don't know. You're willing to tolerate vampires and death and demons, but not the idea that Trevor isn't a sexist. That's such a, respectfully, I'm sorry, I don't want to like land you. That's like a really stupid take. Like, it's so the problem is that Trevor, thank you, Trevor Belmont. Okay, the problem is that Trevor Belmont acts like a modern day guy, and then they go to a village, and the village head is like this decrepit ancient British man. Who's like, you know, the most medieval, you know what I mean? Like, the main characters benefit from modern morals, but everyone around them doesn't. Like, the show begins with them burning a witch. You know what I'm talking about? It's so that, like, the main characters feel like they're not even a part of the society that produced them. Did you not get that feeling in both of the Castlevania shows a little bit? Like, you have all the real people who are locked in the, you know, again, the historicisms, and then you have the main characters, and the main characters are like all witty, you know, like Marvel dialogue spewing guys from current day who've been given like old clothing or what, you know, like the, and it's like, I don't know. I feel like, yeah, they might as well be time travelers. Like, I don't know. Like, okay, and I'm really sorry. I'm not saying the whole thing should have been racial politics, but the fact that one of the characters in Nocturne was literally like a former slave in Haiti who participated, who fled the slave state, but racial politics isn't a part of the like story of the city. Like, they have all this shit where it feels like they should be setting up some kind of broader racial politic. You have a former like a Haitian slave, their magic is from like the ancestral magic of their cultures, spirits and stuff, but no one in the white main character cast at any point is like, there's no friction at all. They just, these white, like rich, lily white, I mean like aristocratic white French people see this a black like a warrior priest, and they're like, yep, I don't know, I think it would have been a little interesting if there had been like a bit of a dynamic there. Don't you think? Again, look, I'm not saying that it should have been about racial politics. What I'm saying is I feel like the reason they didn't was because they didn't want the main characters to say anything that would be perceived by a modern audience to come across as like racially insensitive. But of course it would, dog. The very first time white people saw black people or whatever, they were probably like, damn, you got some dirt on you or something. That's literally how the Native Americans acted. It's not even racist. It's just they literally have never seen dark-skinned people before. It's not like, it can be charming if it's done properly. I don't know. I'm just saying you have to engage with it. Just explain to me. Yeah, like Yasuke, the first black samurai. Imagine, okay, there was a Yasuke anime and it was really bad. But imagine somebody did like a Yasuke anime and no one ever brought up that he was black. Like, he's just there. They're like, okay, we're gonna do an anime and it's about the black samurai. He's the only fucking black guy in all of Japan, literally all of Japan. No one there is even remotely that dark skinned, and he's just like, no one mentions it. Like, then why make it about, like, that's interesting. And then you think like, well, the reason they didn't do it is because there are a bunch of Japanese characters who you're supposed to stan and they wouldn't want them saying anything racist. And it's like, dude, of course they would say something racist. They didn't know there were different races. They didn't even know. They had no idea. They weren't even, they can't even be racist because they weren't even aware that was a kind of difference that you could make fun of people for, basically. The closest thing they had to racism was the Ainu up in the Northern Islands or whatever, or like Russians or something. They had no, but like, why would you do that show if you weren't willing to engage with that distinction? Oh, you get me. This was basically Ghost of Yotai with the female swordswoman protagonist. Yes, 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 yes. And this is the reason why I like Blue Eye Samurai. Why make a story of like a historical female warrior if people aren't going to be sex? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm like, I want to phrase this better, but I also kind of don't, because I want to shit test you guys to make sure you're being charitable. Literally, like, what is the point of, oh, she's a female warrior 150 years ago, but everyone doesn't care? Because that, I feel like versions of this happen a lot. Representation? I don't think that's the reason why. I don't know. Like, but listen, she's a cool warrior lady, right? Like, it's not like she can't beat the guys who are sexist. Like, if she encounters guys being like, oh, you wench, get your tits out. Oh, like, she can kill them. That's fine. Like, it's not, you can engage with, it's not as though she's being victimized. She's like the protagonist, you know, she can do cool shit. But like, I don't get it. It does feel like lazy pop feminism to an extent. You're actually wrong about that. Nocturne's point to the Haitian character was her magic being lost because of how slaves were treated and constantly the vampire. Okay, listen, I watched it and I'm telling you, and I don't want to like get into it extensively, they really did not engage with racial politics in Castlevania Nocturne. They really didn't. And it just seems weird to me if you're going to have a cast of mostly white French people and then two people who are from Haiti to just include them, and then like, okay, I don't know. It's just make the Belmonts a little problematic, okay? It's fine. I haven't played Ghost of Yotai or Red Dead Redemption 2, so I might be mischaracterizing Yotai, but I understand you, I agree with you, but deaf people want it because they want a politicless game. Yeah, but like in Castlevania Nocturne, they put so much effort into a completely fake veneer of multicultural or multiracial. Like, it was never engaged with narratively or thematically. Like, there's so much shit that... Okay, so but spoilers, because I don't fucking care. In Castlevania Nocturne, all right, here's the wokeness, okay? For one, the entire show takes place in France, all right? Now, France in the, I don't know what it was, 18th, 19th century, okay? This is majority white people there historically, right? The enemies are like vampire nobles. Okay, cool. I don't care if there's not white people. That's cool, whatever, okay? So, 2 of the characters that show up are literally from fucking Haiti, all right? They show up, they explicitly engage with like slavery and the Haitian conquest and the revolution and so on as stuff. There is no friction here at all. The 2 lily white French men and women, they're just like, okay, hello, allies, all right? One of the main vampires is a super dark-skinned black lady who ends up being from fucking Egypt. The goddess that they end up fighting against is an Egyptian deity who's possessed the body of a white woman. And in addition to that, there is a gay romance between a French paladin and a, like, Mesoamerican dark-skinned vampire, dragon guy. All of this happens, none of it is engaged with. It just happens. Like, just all of this is just stuff that takes place in Castlevania Nocturne. No one wants to talk about it. You know? So I get, like, my thing is, like, why have a gay paladin who is romancing a vampire if there isn't friction there? Like, isn't that, because there really isn't, by the way. The friction, the friction is non-existent. The friction is the paladin being like, well, it's bad that we're together or whatever. There's no real, it's a veneer, it's aesthetic. And you know, in my opinion, and maybe I'm alting a little bit, I think it denigrates the subjects that it touches on a little bit. You're treating all of this, slavery, interracialism in the 19th century, Egyptian colonialism by Western powers, all of the gay relationship, all of it is just like a cool aesthetic that you can place in there to get people like eeing over how cool and cute they all are or whatever. And I think it would be nice if we took a step back and we engaged a little bit with some of this on the level that it would be, because any one of these would be a big fucking deal, now or for the time, you know? And I think that would give it a bit more substance, and it would make it feel more meaningful, you know? In my opinion. It's anime Vosh? Yes, that's true. Thank you. Is Castlevania meant to be a realistic portrayal? Yes. Yes, it is. In Castlevania and Castlevania Nocturne, both the Netflix series, it's meant to take place in like a gritty real world that has fantasy elements. But yes, that is every time there's engagement with like the broader world, it's not like a cartoon. Like, it's not like a cartoon. If it was a cartoon, it would be a different thing. But the point is that it's meant to be like historical, like a fantastic realism. I just saw your YouTube video. Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down? Here, I'll read donuts in just a sec. Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling here. I do think it takes away a little bit from like the theming that you're otherwise, like, I don't know. Okay. Again, I feel like I'm gonna end up selling this show to you people. One of the big bads is literally like a black demon succubus woman who's just walking around not medieval, but like Renaissance France, and she looks like this. And I have nothing against this. I need you all to understand. This is not a complaint. However, no one comments on it, which again, what's the point then? You know what I mean? I don't know. No, she doesn't always look like that. That's after she ults. She ulted there. Now I must watch it. Look, it's beautifully animated. I just feel like the story suffers considerably. You have a Mesoamerican vampire dragon guy who witnessed the fall of Tenochtitlan or some shit. But, like, is that a part of his character? Not really. He just stands around looking menacing. It's like, why have his backstory be that he was, like, Mesoamerican but saw what the conquistadors did, but then he just stands around? Like, is it about that? Is the show about that? Is the show about the relationship between colonizer and colonized? No. The big bad is an Egyptian deity. Like, is the show about colonial backlash or how the colonizers like sort of invite their own destruction? Not really, because the Egyptian deity is like serviced by vampires, and the vampires, if anything, are framed as the colonial Europeans. So I don't. It just seems like it's all meant to be cool or whatever. Just all like, well, what if this would be cool? Treating them like fucking D&D OCs or something. It's slop. It's not slop. It's not an Egyptian deity. It's a Russian woman LARPing as an Egyptian deity. Well, no, because she takes on the power of Basset. That's not okay. Fine, you can say like the power taken in or whatever, but it's not. They do fudge the historical fashion. Okay, I'm not talking about the fashion here. I'm just. I mean, I guess that's also cool. Anime hurts my soul. It's not about anime, man. We do this all the time in a bunch of contexts, okay? Okay. Rambling. I'm gonna read donations. I'm a little bit checked out on politics right now because that shit's gay. I'm gonna read donations and then I'm just gonna play some Diablo 2. We're not starting a new character. Nothing interesting is I'm literally just gonna talk to chat while playing a comfort game. That's it. That's it. Literally, that's it. That's the only. It's not. It's not Metal Gear Solid 2. There's none of that. TTS. We can't do TTS because the site, there's still a problem. The fucking site donos aren't working. The site donos aren't popping up on screen. There's been an issue. Apparently OBS updated and the back end, it's difficult to pull the API. So I'm not a tech person or whatever. But it hasn't worked. I can still see the donos, but it doesn't pop up in OBS, so it's not going to get read by the TTS. Anyway, yeah, let me just, I'm just read, you know. Good Faith Goblin, thank you for the insanely generous chain of 7 gifted tier 1 subs, which you did while I was offline. Thank you very, very much. It's super kind of you. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Just for reference, she's 57. Lucy Lawless? I have no idea what this is in reference to, but she is very nice looking. What is this in reference to? Diane in Parks and Rec? I have no idea. Couldn't even begin to guess. NPC Porky and Qnorku, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Thank you, Qnorku, for voting for Talarico earlier today. Thank you, thank you. Thunderer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Velabel, thank you likewise. I promise I'll play Metal Gear Solid soon, okay? And Zaid Odrasir, thank you for the $5. TLDR, historical precedent to your lesser of two evils. What are we talking about? A Google document. You have typed out a literal Google Doc essay for me to read. I can't, you know, I can't read this, right? You know, I can't read you. There's a character limit on the donation. So to get around that, you simply linked me to a full page, single space. Absolutely. Frankly, I'm insulted, Zaid. This is beneath you. I am illiterate. This is an insult to me. Good Lord. I can't engage with this. Do you have any idea what? And then if you ever say, oh, just this time I'll look at it, then it starts happening again, you know? No manifesto posting. Good Lord. I think Castlevania Nocturne is worth watching, largely because it's very beautifully animated. I think the story takes a big shit, but it's very fun to watch, so, you know, that's cool. Preferred the first series. I agree the first series is better. Also, like, yeah, I don't know, man. I do kind of wish they engaged with that stuff more. I think that, like, I hope it wouldn't take away from the pulpy element, but I feel like it would have been kind of interesting if there was more engagement between the vampires and the real world. Like, imagine if the 4 lesbian vampires took charge after the death of Dracula, and there are world leaders, vampire or otherwise, out there that have more of an issue with the fact that they're women than anything else. Because that's not entirely unrealistic. If you take a look at, like, the reign of female monarchs historically, like, you know, Victoria or the Russian woman, what was what's her name? Catherine, thank you, Catherine the Great. I feel like there could have been some broader engagement there. Sometimes it did kind of feel like nobody was doing anything except for Belmont. You know what I mean? Like, were there any governments anywhere that were concerned about Dracula, the big teleporting castle? It feels like the vibe in Castlevania is that every government is controlled by vampires, which, if so, for one, like, holy shit, and for two, why doesn't everyone know that? Like, if they already control everything, it feels like all of humanity is already a feeding ground, you know? I feel sometimes it feels like the Belmonts are trying to root out this dark heart of evil, and sometimes it feels like they're literally the only fucking guys, and the whole world is already completely conquered. You know what I mean? Is it completely conquered? Like, all of the nobles in France were vampires, but, like, they allowed the revolution to get that far? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I have a hard time engaging with the degree to which humanity is fucked there. Shikigami-chan, thank you for the super, super kind $10 last stream. You also donoted this stream. You know, I didn't forget. Thank you. Don't forget to give a spotlight to future Rep Oliver Larkin of Florida, District 23, a very enthusiastic man who spoke out against Palm Beach's misuse of funds for Israel. I'd need to take a look. I've heard of the name Oliver Larkin. I know basically nothing about him. But yes, no, we are going to be engaging more as we get into the midterms. You know, right now we gotta get that Senate seat, man. Texas Senate seat, that's gonna feel real good. Real good. Shikigami-chan again, and Aso, thank you for the $2 both, US and Canadian. And Shikigami-chan, thank you for the $10 today. The Democratic Party would be in a better position if they didn't alienate their progressive base and ideals and allowed younger, principled progressive candidates in office. Yep, but those people would want to raise taxes, so, you know. Mr. Sad Music, thank you for the $10. She's pretending like we aren't preventing Mexican oil ships from getting there. Yeah, it's, again, like, America gets to get away with whatever the fuck it wants, you know. Super disappointing. Kermit Frog and BDG, the one and only, thank you for the $5 both. Some anonymous insider said they're going to do a false flag to start the Iran thing, and then they're going to use tactical nukes and DEW to destroy everything. I would be very surprised if that happened. I think that's a bit of an unrealistic... I mean, some anonymous insider? Where is that? Like a 4chan post? You know? I wouldn't worry too much about that. John Moore with the $2. Watershed is usually a moment or an event, not a person. That is true. Yes, I'm consistently misusing that word or words around it in a variety of ways. But God willing, one of these days I'll get over it and I'll use it properly. Lizardick, thank you for the $10. The admin is now going after veterans with a new interim final rule that could affect millions of vets getting disability compensation. Genius move by the administration, you know? Really, the decision making of an admin that does not think that they will be able to nor want to run after 2028. You know, like they're fully just looting and leaving. You know. And Atul Prasad, thank you for the $12. Just saw your YouTube video. I don't get the Newsom hate except for him saying ICE aren't terrorists to Ben Shapiro. Otherwise, he's top tier Newsom 2028. I am okay with you supporting Newsom in 2028 on the condition that you do so in the form of continued $12 super chats to me. You know, like to share your voice. If you're expressing yourself in that form, then I can't really get upset, you know? Sake, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs. First dono was for another White Leaf site. Was just to show Brendan Carr at 47 looks like a corpse. Gotcha. Well, happy to be the beneficiary. Make sure that whatever other White Leaf site you were on, make sure to give them a dono intended for me as well to like balance it out, you know? D2R just got an expansion, new class. Oh, trust me, buddy, I know. Don't worry, I've been playing it. Been having a bomb of a time too. Warlock is super fun. Super fun. Smelany, thank you for the $5. And Snuffles115, thank you likewise. Hey, Vaush, just had another job interview for an entry-level paralegal job, and I have a good feeling about this one. Prega, more support to you? Nice! I really hope you're able to get it. That's fantastic. Good job, too, you know? Chiming in to say everything you've ever said about West Virginia is true. That is all from a native West Virginian. Yeah. It's too bad because West Virginia's natural environment is beautiful, you know? There's a lot of good there potentially. And the idea of like little Appalachian mountain villages nestled between the wooded hills, it's very pretty, but unfortunately, yeah, that state is fucking ravaged. Woo! That ain't good. And Atul Prasad, thank you, as I requested, for the additional $12 dono. Hey, make fun of the pay pigging, but this is one way to get your voice heard in our pay-to-win democracy. That is true. You know, that is true. Thanks to Citizens United, you are allowed to support Gavin Newsom's 2028 presidential run in the form of super chats to me, you know? So God bless the Supreme Court for that. Look, we're a long ways out from the presidential primary, but don't worry, there will be plenty more material on this in the future. Maybe I run long today. Maybe, I mean, sometime soon I want to go over the Paul's ego conversation to see how much has shifted since then. Let's play some Diablo. Let's just chill. Let's just chill for a bit, okay? Let's just chill for a bit. But before we chill, I can't read everything while I chill. Give that a bit. Before we chill, let me take a piss. But before I take a piss, let me open up Diablo 2 so you guys can, you know, enjoy the ambiance, huh? Okay, I'm heading off. We'll still be talking. Don't you worry. Game capture. D2R. D2R? There we go. There we go. What is this Diablo even about? Don't worry about it. Act 5 Nightmare, 1 second. We're just chilling. Love you. I love you. Ayo. We're just chilling. Don't worry too much about the gameplay, okay? We're just chilling. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. I'm not explaining shit. Well, maybe a little. but not that much. TTS? No, no TTS. The only TTS we're doing is trait tough chilling. Kind of loud though, huh? Here, hold on. Come on. Are potions still annoying? Yep. Tucker Carlson just said he was detained in Israel. That's funny. I bet he's gonna get like $1 million fucking in donations off of this one, you know? He's gonna be Pepe posting about this shit for ages. How's that volume-wise? A-okay? Good, maybe a tad loud. Maybe a tad loud. Okay, all right, okay. We'll bring it down even further. Take a look at that, huh? Oh my god, there's so many fucking Pine Needle boys. Jesus Christ, this area. Should probably change my key bindings. Still a little loud? Right now? Ah, fuck that guy anyway. Sounds fine? Okay. We need to get the fuck out of here, dude. The effects, not the music? Okay, how about this? We'll turn the music up to here, and then we'll turn the sound even further down. How about that, huh? For a first-time playthrough, what class would you recommend? I don't really think it matters. It's a low investment game, you know? We're just all here to chill. Okay, I was gonna rearrange some of my keybinds because I changed. I'm doing the shadow stuff now, the abyss magic. Yeah, it's a vibe game. It's a vibe game, you know. No need to worry about it. Let's get mana on 2. Is the Diablo series the most played game? Sort of, probably WoW. Probably World of Warcraft still tops it. Thousands and thousands of hours. Is this a new character? I mean, they're level like 53 or something. Okay, let's change the keybinds. We're gonna do a little flippity-do, okay? A little flippity-do. A little switcheroo. Yeah. And then we'll put Abyss on Q? Yeah, we'll probably keep that. You should change the language to Spanish? Maybe. What key, by default, what key is it to switch back to retro graphics? Does anyone know? I guess I can just check. All F4. Oh, Thana, you silly goose. You can't do regular graphics with Warlock? Oh. That's okay. Okay, I guess that makes sense because they didn't want to create low poly assets for all the new stuff with Warlock. I kind of see that. Like, you know, because this is not a retro character. Holy sh! I hate these guys, man. I hate these guys. Also, get these bolts out of my inventory. What are we doing here? What are we even doing here, man? Feel like it's still a bit loud. I can't believe it's still a bit loud, but I think it's still a bit loud. I'd take it down to 8. How about that? How about that, huh? How about that? Did they make new Diablo characters? They made one. He's pretty cool. Let's get out of the bloody foothills, huh? Now we're in the real Act 5. Anyway, we don't need to talk about the game. I want to talk to you guys. What's up? You know, when we were playing Metal Gear Solid, much as I was enjoying things, it's, you know, it's kind of a difficult game to talk with with chat over. I think I should switch my abyssal chains and my my miasma chain and my abyss. I think. Congratulations, Subs and Soda. Goddamn, Thana. I gotta get on your shit. I've been eating the birthday cake. Did you see the Chinese Kung Fu robots? Yes. I'm tired, lonely, and busy arguing with humorless Canadians. Okay, Alice. Alright, okay. I'm not saying your negative feelings are invalid, you know. It was just a lot all at once. I'm a human too. Heh, God, this game's pretty. Not much music in the Bloody Foothills, huh? You know what? Let me, to do a little bit of adjusting, let me get over to a waypoint, and then I'm gonna go to Tristram. I wanna try to key in on a good music volume. Thoughts on Path of Exile 2? I've been enjoying it. Any mana potions? Any mana potions in the house? No? I guess I gotta go get some. Thoughts on Deadlock? I haven't played Deadlock. I also don't have weapon. I need to get a Spirit. We're looking for a 4-socket weapon, boys. 4-socket weapon. What were your thoughts on D4? I despise D4 for a wide variety of reasons, some of which are rational, some aren't. It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. Inventory is full? No, it is not. No, it is not. I don't understand this game at all. It's okay. You don't need to worry. It's okay. It's all gonna be okay. You know? It's all gonna be okay. One and two? Nah, let's have it be the classic. There we go. Thoughts in Pluribus? Okay, by talking with you guys, I meant like a back and forth, not thoughts on X. You care at all about backseat gaming? It's Diablo 2. So frankly, if you're attempting to backseat me, and this is legitimate. This isn't me trying to do a thing or anything. I have probably played this game longer than most people watching have been alive. Nah, dude, I'm 33. Well, I have access to YouTube's audience analytics, okay? So I don't want to hear it. Want to get over to that. Fuck these guys. I'm 20, you've been playing this for 60% of your life. This game came out in what, 2001? Lord of Destruction?
Not enough mana.
There we go. Woo! Look at that.
How amusing. A demonic slave master herding demonic slaves.
Got an update 20 years later. 25 years later, bucko. 25 years later. Hear about Bobby Kotick being an Epstein client. Who's Bobby Kotick again? Blizzard CEO? Really? Yeah, makes sense. As the prophecy foretold. Massive piece of shit. Whoa. So much anger. Oh, look at that. Look at that AoE. Oh, I love it. We need to get a spirit yesterday. Voltarth, I think there's plenty of content in PoE 2 to get now if you want. But generally speaking, I don't like playing early access games. Ooh. Ooh, a Sibian. That's what I had your mom writing. Okay, let's key in the music, huh? Just max? Hell yeah, brother. Bit lower IMO? Okay. That sounds pretty good to me. It was good before? I think this is good, but we can adjust as necessary, okay? Alright, everyone, keep an eye out for a 4-socket. Everyone's looking for a 4-socket. Now I can't hear it? Really? Okay. You people and your damn complaints. Oh, wait. My, mercenary.
You're an even.
I could just do the socket quest for the 4-socket. Do I need to... It's only a 50% chance, right? Wait, does the socket quest... Nah, yeah, I'll save it. Who cares? It's not like I'm not fucking creaming through everything right now. Memeing and creaming. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not even a big... Have you played Terraria? Yeah, of course. Many times. Oh, wait. Didn't I just say I was going to get my Merc? I've not played Mugenics yet. I've purchased it. I will play it. I expect to spend lots of money on it. Or not money, time on it. I already spent the money part. But it has not yet happened. Yeesh. Evil Demon Hut. BGG. Did you rock Diablo 1? Yeah. I played Diablo 1. Wouldn't mind going back and playing it again. Has Diablo 1 been remastered? I don't think so. It's been re-released, like on GOG or something, but I don't think it's not been given a proper remaster. Any reason you're playing Diablo 2? It's fun. Do I need more of a reason than that? Ow. Will this game be the rest of the stream? Yeah, it's called chill maxing. Okay? You people could stand to do a little bit more of it, in my humble opinion. We're not even playing optimally right now. Look at me running around like this. Yoink. Yeah, it's lowering your cortisol, okay? Have you learned nothing from St. Cloud? What do you think of city builders? I tend not to like simulation games that much. Level up. Okay, bored now. Check on you guys in like an hour. You people speak way too freely sometimes, I have to say. It's the consequence of there not being any, like, Twitch TV gamer etiquette here, you know? People will be like, I'm now done watching your stream. I will leave. Okay. Don't let the car door slam on your dick when you leave. What do you, why are you, okay. Yeah, you could have just left. I don't think they perceive it as rude. And, you know, again, I'm not in a position to complain. My life's pretty good. Oh, hello. Let us out. We'll bring up the entropy. Let us out. Why was that green? Poisoned. Ever played Hades on stream? No, I don't think I have. I've played Hades quite a bit on my own. Is that green guy poisoned too? My buddy? Yes, my buddy is in fact quite poisoned. Very poisoned. Might be for a while. Did I play Hades 2 on stream? Okay, but I didn't play it for long, did I? I just dipped my ball sack into it. To use a common expression. Man, this skill's busted. A blade. Hades 1's better than Hades 2. Is it? Hades 2... Okay, Hades 1 was more influential than Hades 2. It has the benefit of having been the first. Kind of like how Tears of the Kingdom is a better game than Breath of the Wild, but Breath of the Wild is more influential. I feel like the balancing in 2 is a lot better. Though the balancing in both Hades games is not that great. Small charm. Oh, Cthulhusius. That was such a long time ago. That was such a long time ago. Why does the price of Nintendo games never come down? The argument from Nintendo was that their games are timeless, and it's infuriating because they're correct. Like, with the exception maybe of the Mario Kart games, for the most part, Nintendo games are... Like, they pretty much never go down in value, so they never lower the price. I don't necessarily agree with that business practice, but Nintendo does make good games, so, you know. Shooting my guy. Petty Rebel, what the fuck are you on about? Why is everyone doing a bit these days? Nobody can be a normal guy online. Everyone has to be a fucking circus clown. My bit is being normal. Holy shit, I hope that bit gets more popular over time. I need that bit. I'm fucking bullish on that bit. I need it to go up. You fucking these guys pussies. Fuck. God damn it. I flubbed the potion. I flubbed the potion handoff. Such is life. We'll bring you back, man. We'll get you back. Too many funny guys, not enough straight men. True in a variety of senses. Yeah. No, John Paul, I completely agree. I completely agree. I think Nintendo should lower the prices of their games over time. You're not going to see disagreement from me. What happened to Lily Krem? I think she's around here somewhere. Maybe. Give me the damn chest. There we go. Been here a while, huh? There we go. What are you listing 4 to 5? Armor? Okay, I know. Yes, that is true. But perhaps with a little more specificity. No, I haven't played the Neo games. Killing demons is so based. The funny thing is, if Diablo came out today, MAGA would claim it. Because they'd be like, oh, wow, so in this game, demons are objectively evil and you have to fight them? This is actually commentary on Hispanic people entering the United States. This game is fucking based. They totally would. That took a sudden turn. Did it? On this stream? They do that with Freerun. Wait. Is that anime any good? Freerun? Freerun's super good, yeah. I don't know why that one... What's that one anti-Chud poster? Avon Loves Worf? Or whatever his name is? He keeps dying on the hill that Freerun is actually, like, conservative and bad and stuff like that. And I just don't think that it is. I just don't think that's true. I don't think we need to die. Like, just because Nazis claim it doesn't mean we have to abandon it, you know? It's not that good? Freerun? I disagree. I think Freerun's really good. Quit hitting me. I think it lost the plot during the mage exam arc. Maybe. I don't know. Dungeon Meshi is so much better. Dungeon Meshi is a lot better. That is true. Dandadan, Chainsaw Man. Freerun is better than Dandadan and worse than Chainsaw Man. Continue providing me orders, you know, that I can assign hierarchy to, please. Keep feeding me material. Fuck off, man. I'm picking up potions over here. Freerun is the most nothing ever happens anime. Okay, unironically, I think you have brain rot, and you need to put down the iPad. I genuinely don't know what you mean. Not like it doesn't have to be fucking. It's not a shonen action anime. Like, what do you mean nothing ever happens? Stuff is literally happening in the show. What do you mean nothing ever happens? Yeah, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is very good.
Not enough mana.
Not enough mana. You fucking die. There we go. Oh god, Cripple, has it really been that long? That's crazy. It's supposed to be paced like an elf's life? Well, it's not... I don't know, man. Is it not interesting? It's really uplifting and wholesome and stuff, and also stuff does happen in the episodes. I don't know. Like, I guess I've never watched a free run episode and been like, damn, this shit is dragging. New anime fans would not survive the Sea God arc? Probably not, no. Dude, they're shooting me. They're shooting me with arrows. What's your top 3 manga? Dude, I don't know. Fucking... Berserk. Berserk's probably number 1. Number 2 is probably...
Not enough mana.
Dorohedoro. Probably Dorohedoro. One Piece? Dude, One Piece has been taking an actual shit lately. I don't know if you guys have engaged much with the agenda posting discourse, but, the past arc, the Egghead arc has not been good. It's like Oda forgot there was supposed to be a conclusion to the story, and then somebody reminded him that his lifespan is finite, and he was like, fuck! And now he's racing to pump as much shit in there as possible. Where are... Let us out! There you go. Alright, bucko. Get on out there. You... There you go. Finally! We were really starved on, potions for a while. Egghead being kind of all over the place doesn't change the fact of how good the rest of it is. I think that the conclusion of a story, the ending, is really, really, really important, and unfortunately, the way things are paced right now makes me think that Oda did not have good plans for how this was going to wrap up. Like, it's making me worry about how it's all going to conclude. We'll see. I mean, it could end up being fine. You think it's too fast? Holy shit, yes. The Egghead, like, we went from... Okay, think about how much, prep work Big Mom got as an antagonist, and then compare it to the slate of antagonists, multiple, who were essentially just introduced in the Egghead arc, you know? Way less thought and consideration. Don't put that dread inside me. Hey, endings are tough. Do you still think Finkelstein is a grifter? I don't know if he's necessarily a grifter. I think he's a hack. I think that he's like borderline a Russian asset, or at the very least his positions are incoherent and inconsistent, and a lot of them can only really be explained by like a campist favoritism for the other side. I mean, maybe that counts as being a grifter. Or socket? Or socket? I had no idea he's pro-Russian. Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hold on. My apologies. My mind blanked. I was thinking of Mearsheimer, not Finkelstein. I don't think Finkelstein's a grifter. He does have some, like, pretty fucking stupid positions, but I don't think that he's a grifter. It is pretty based that he's in the Epstein files, but only because he was telling Epstein to kill himself. That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
He's definitely a bit insane, for sure. What am I doing?
Oh, yeah.
Well, sadly, Pancha, the deed's already done.
Good. There is.
Just want to back some damage. What are your theories for what the D stands for in One Piece? My theory is that it doesn't matter because it's never going to be interesting. This is like an example of what I mean, I guess. There's no way that ends up being worth the amount of energy and effort that has been put into building it up. You know what I mean? This is the problem with building up a mystery for 30 years. Like, what could the One Piece be that would be interesting at this point? You know? Seriously, think like, actually interesting. Every theory has already been discussed. Every conception of what it could be. Yay! Spirit time! Excuse me. Tal, Thul, Ort, Am. Let's get it, boys. Papa. Tal. Thul. Excuse me. Ort. Am. Yeah, boy! Get that shit up there. Let's go. Give me that +2 to skills. Give me that cast rate. Give me that faster hit recovery. Give me those 22 to vitality, 93 to mana. Oh, it feels so good, finally. And on the classic, too, the Crystal Sword. The classic Spirit Socket.
Salutations.
We good, boys. One Punch Man fucking sucks. Definitely does now. Yeah. I mean, Season 1 was pretty good. Season 2 and Season 3 are ass, but Season 3 is, like, apocalyptically bad. Manga's pretty shit now. Who knows what the webcomic's doing? It's a shame. It had a lot of cultural dominance for a while. Mob is boring. Mob Psycho? Come on, guys. You know when you post shit like that, you embarrass me, right? Like, people are gonna judge me for the shit you say. Who's your favorite character from Game of Thrones? Oh, I don't remember. I don't really give a shit about Game of Thrones. I'm not a Game of Thrones boy. You think we're gonna full-on invade Iran? No. Probably just keep bombing them. Every 6 months, keep finding a reason. I have not played Grim Dawn. You never talked about Return of the King? It's good. I don't know what you want me to say. Oh. Someone's bad. Not to sound dated, but I do miss the grittier anime from yesteryear. Jinro, Ninja Scroll, Goiver, Cowboy Bebop. Well, okay, Cowboy Bebop isn't really gritty. I think the problem now is that the bar for like gritty, edgy anime was set by ReZero, which is dog shit. Like it went from moody historical or period piece to isekai, like weep slap. And now being edgy has gone from like a world with depth and texture and darkness and so on to being like, what if we put our moe characters in the torture device and milk that every season, you know? It's I'm generalizing a little bit here, but there's definitely been a shift in how we perceive edgy anime content. Moe? Moa? How would you prefer I pronounce it? The Japanese, they don't pronounce O-E as O. They distinguish vowel sounds. Is it Moa? 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 Moe is totally right. People are gaslighting. I love your media takes because they're so unpredictable. It's crazy. Are they really that unpredictable? Like, what did I just say? ReZero is weep slop? Is that, like, an unpredictable position of mine? I feel like you could have called that one based on first principles, right? You would have been able to figure that one out pretty early on in viewing me. Doesn't ReZero have lollies in it? Yeah. I don't remember it being, like, the most egregious as that archetype goes. But it was like, it's those twins, right? Or is it someone else? I don't know. I did not like ReZero. ReZero shit from a butt. It really is. It really, truly is. Evil urn. Don't kill my guy! I feel like I'm getting way more use out of Abyss than I am the chains. I love Beastars. First manga I read. New Gen Alert. Nah, Beastar is good. Yeah, Shaky, I saw that. That shit was crazy, man. Holy fuck. Man. I cannot... It's truly insane, the multitudes that are out there, you know? What? I'm not explaining this shit to you. I'm not saying it out loud. Fuck you. Some weeb pedo shit. People making fun of it. That went viral. Bing bong. Growing up is admitting that Akira's overrated. Nuts! Can't be saying shit like that, man. Okay, there's the frozen river. Oh, just a... Oh, for 2 full rejuvenate. Well, don't mind me. God damn. Don't mind me. Can you explain to somebody with a PoE 1/2 background why the itemization of D2 is good? No, that's a super complicated topic. Holy shit. Listen, okay, the reason that itemization... Okay, the reason a lot of people will prefer the itemization in Path of Exile over Diablo 2 is because they're hyper nerds who want to waste their life, okay? Look, I'm just gonna be real. It is not fun that in PoE 2, you are always driven to item optimize in the form of extremely complicated 10, 20-step, multivariable, highly randomized item crafting processes that require extensive understanding of, like, item levels and like, affix tables and stuff you have to look up online. Like, there's no way of intuiting it from the information you get from the game. And you have to, and there's like a 99% chance it fucks up, and you're doing spreadsheet math. Like, come on. It's not EVE Online. The game is meant to be an action RPG, okay? In Diablo 2, you just get the item. If the item's good, you get the item. You identify the item, and if it's good, it's good. It's insane how much randomness there is in itemization in Path of Exile, you know? And I still like the game, but, like, I don't like that part of the game, you know? Massive waste of time. I don't like how rune words require a companion site to find out. I agree, but that's so inconsequential compared to the shit that you're forced to do to get the best in slot items in Path of Exile. Do you think Diablo could work with a more modern third-person perspective and needed to adapt? What the fuck are you talking about? It's an action RPG. What's wrong with how it looks now? I wouldn't even be Diablo.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh my god, I have so many fucking potions. Use the potions?
Good to see you.
I mean, if anything, I'll just stop picking them up, you know? +2 to enhanced entropy. Wait, don't I need that? Yeah, that's better than what I've got. What do you think about boomer shooters?
Good evening.
I mean, a lot... You guys are asking me a lot of questions today, you know? Sometimes I want to hear what you think. You get me? Sometimes I want to hear what you have to say. Why? That's a good question. Nah, boomer shooters rock. Unfortunately, a lot of modern boomer shooters don't understand what the point is. I do not think Bolt Gun was very good. It just did not do a good job of capturing what it should have, in my opinion. What game is this? You people are killing me. You want me dead. What kind of game is Vermintide? I don't know, looter shooter? One of these days we'll find Anya. One of these days. There we go. New renderings of the ballroom dropped. Ah, who cares? They're not even making it right now. Excuse me. Gothic shield. Can we get the 4-socket? Nope. Is Ultra Kill a boomer shooter? Isn't it? Do people call it that? It's like an arena shooter, right? You ever had slot games you spent? Okay. Maybe I just shouldn't engage with them. You gotta give me more. You can't... This and this. What is this, a fucking interview? I've been asked, like, about 20 games that I have or haven't played. Listen, I've played all games. Alright? All video games. I'm a real capital G gamer. Just leave it at that. Sheesh. That's what I get, you know, you do too many politics streams. People don't know how to unwind. People don't know how to relax. Putting me on edge. I feel like I have to come up with witty answers, you know? Hardest job in the world? Well, like I've said. It's a very easy job in 99% of ways, but the 1%, that'll get you. Well, that would get you. For me, it's not a problem. Where the fuck is the exit portal? It's so good, Miss Genderlin. It's so classic. So good. I'd love to see Vosh struggle in a real shooter against real people. I don't really play multiplayer games, to be honest with you. Kind of a cortisol thing, you know? Don't need that stress in my life. WoW broke you in terms of multiplayer? Not really. I did mythic raiding. How the fuck am I holding that scythe? Even cooperative games? I just don't really... It's not about them having no appeal or anything like that. It's more like past a point in time, it occurred to me that a lot of the games that I played and a lot of the time that I spent playing them, I didn't remember afterwards. It was like an amusing waste of time, but then I would stop playing them and I wouldn't remember. Like, I could play 3-4 hours and then that was like, okay, well, that's just in the ether now, you know? No memory at all of what actually took place during that time. And, you did play League too? Yeah, I did play League, and I'm talking about why I stopped. And I think stuff like that, I mean, it's very good at hooking you, like then, in the moment. But, if you have no memory of it, you know, did it really happen? That's stupid, it's not real. It's not did it really happen, it's more like if you are choosing to entertain yourself in ways that all kind of blur together in a homogeneous mess after the fact, how much enjoyment are you really getting? Is it really just comfort you're looking for, you know? And since then, I've only really played single-player games. Now, obviously, something like this, right? Like this, it's not like I remember every moment of me replaying Diablo 2, but I still think that, like, after a session of me playing this and maybe listening to a nice podcast or talking to friends or whatever, I feel much better about myself than I do after, like, I don't know, playing 4 hours of League. But it varies. It's never that simple, right? Memory is funny, that's true. I don't see the appeal of podcasts only. Well, you watch me. I mean, mostly an audio component there, right? I'm getting lucky with these maps. Can we talk about Diablo 2 lore? Nope. Wait, is this like a roguelike? No. Though many of the map elements are randomly generated when you open them, yeah. But it's not a roguelike. I'm not bringing my strength up to 65. What do you mean I can't carry anymore? Oh, fuck you. Where are you? Oh. Oh, so satisfying. So satisfying. Alright, got his ass. Go team. It was over before it even began. It is not the most difficult game.
You have stopped.
Good day.
I've never played a Dragon Age game. Okay. '58 strength. Don't you feel compelled to jump into WoW Classic? No. Why would I? WoW Classic to me reeks of nostalgia bait. Like, Diablo 2 still feels good to play. I acknowledge nostalgia as an element, but it does feel good to play. Like, WoW Classic is legitimately a grindy, frustrating mess that I feel like a lot of people enjoy it because they enjoy engaging with the friction that old school MMOs had, but modern ones tend not to. But a lot of that friction is just, like, pointless time wasting. Not really much pointless time wasting in D2. I mean, it's pretty It's pretty straightforward. You're pretty much just running ahead, you know? Substantial lack of friction here, which is kind of part of the genre, right? Final Fantasy XIV, the friction is getting through the story. That is true. What a slog. Always kind of annoyed me how in Final Fantasy XIV, you can't really, like, speed clear mobs. Like, in WoW, maybe in, like, earlier WoW or whatever, you could reliably AoE clear mobs if you were the right class and you were willing to, like, commit to it and set up for it. But in Final Fantasy XIV, it always just felt like you're fighting one or two guys at a time. You know? At least one after another, after another, after another. You never get... Hey. You never get to just, like, speed clear mobs. Super annoying. I could never get into turn-based. Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO. It's real time. Whoop. Ever play any TCGs? Nah. Not really my thing. Moving on through. Moving on through. Have you played Doki Doki Literature Club? I haven't played it. I've seen people play it. Sheesh. Oh, fuck you, nuts. I know I seem like a Magic the Gathering guy, but man, do I hate that fucking franchise. I don't know, company, game, whatever you prefer. Guys die? Holy shit. Can we gush for a bit of the QOL changes, the stash? Yeah, no, genuinely. The quality of life changes they made in the recent expansion, you know, Rise of the Warlock, so fucking good. I hate the idea that the only way to appeal to nostalgia is to, like, either kowtow to, or add, or play into frustration and time wasting. I can't stand that shit, you know? There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to stack runes and gems and so on in your inventory. It was always good to do that. Like, conceptually. Does not make the game better that you can't do that. Remaster just changes graphical and audio elements, Substance Soda. The dressing, you know, makes it playable, makes it usable. But a remake can, like, redesign it. Core elements. What's your build here? Oh, just simple. Just Eldritch. Or Chaos, sorry. Over here. Just early voted for Talarico. Nice! Nice, 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 nice. You're asking weird questions, Cthulhu, and I don't like it. So would the update loot filter here be considered a remake? Yes. Diablo 2 Resurrected transformed from remaster to remake a couple of years ago when they started adding a new season of content with balance changes and updates. They changed some of the spells around. They changed the loot. They added a new element resistance piercing effect that you could get on some abilities and on some charms, which has changed the meta completely. It is now a remake, not a remaster. Mostly a remaster, right? Like, but they have added critical new elements. Fuck off. God, these guys. Nothing's been remade? In this? Yeah, they have. They've changed elements for sure. They've rebalanced classes. They've added new items and such. Changed affixes. I'd still call it a remaster. All right, you fucking semantics people. Jesus, can't say shit anymore because of wokeness. Wow. Hey, love. I've been working like a goddamn lunatic all day. Can I get a hug? All right. Why'd you close the door then? How can I hug you when the door is closed? Door's still closed. Because I had to jump in a meeting. Oh, well, come on over here and open it. Okay, fine. I'll go to you. I'll go to you. I'll go to you. $1 million. Yep. It's not a matter of whether you see the end of the boat, EMC. It's whether the mangaka does. How are we doing? It's okay, Saeed. I forgive you. You know what's one thing they could do to really improve the game? Have a distinction between ethereal and socketed items that drop in the ground. I never understood that. You played Mutagenics yet? No. My understanding is that it's excellent. I have every intention of playing it. I've already bought it, in fact. Oh my god, these guys! So many! Charms not being separate from your main inventory was the single worst design decision of the game. Do you really think that? So what, you think there should be a separate finite charm inventory that you can stack stuff in? I guess, I don't know. By the time you reach the point that you're like stacking meaningful charms, you're not really picking up that many items, you know? Does Diablo have an end? Kinda. If you squint. Do you think Diablo 3 is bad? No. Dong. fine. I guess I'll just pick up full rejuves. I don't know what Duskbloods is, Captain Falcon. We fucking they pussies. We fucking they pussies. The new FromSoft game? Switch 2 exclusive? Wait. Fucking wait, really? FromSoft is making a Switch 2 exclusive game? Yeah? Huh. Okay. You didn't know? I don't engage with hype. When games come out, I play them. And if they're good, they're good. And if they're bad, they're bad. That's it. They announced it during the Game Awards. I didn't see the Game Awards. The only stuff I saw from the Game Awards was the trailer links you guys gave me on stream. I didn't even know about Mugenics until it came out. Well, I knew about it a couple weeks before it came out. Culture Man? Mm-hmm. We don't need to go in the icy cellar, do we? Wait, do we need to be here at all? Yeah, we're in the Ancient's Way. We don't need to go through the icy cellar. You ever play the Half-Life series? Are you doing a bit? If you asked somebody who played video games 10 years ago, if they've ever, quote, played the Half-Life series, they would assume you were taking the piss out of them. What do you mean by that? Yeah, buddy, you ever played any video games? I don't know, sometimes. Ever played Tetris? I don't know, sometimes. So fast. God, this place is big. Well, you didn't play Dragon Age and it was massive? I really don't think you can compare Dragon Age and Half-Life with regard to their prominence within the PC gaming space. One of these days we'll find a way out. You can compare Minecraft, though? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Because, well, I mean, Minecraft's the best-selling game ever, right? What the fuck? Guess we'll go this direction, then. Once again, here to ask if we'll see a WoW Classic Voss stream. If you were here a second ago, you would have seen me shit-talking WoW Classic. No, I do not think that the deliberate reintroduction of mindless, time-wasting friction improves those games. I think that they're a crutch. A lot of people like the monotony of it, as opposed to the faster pace of the modern, like, MMO leveling track. But it's just not that interesting. Is it like what MMO scientists need to invent is a way to make a game grindy and full of friction, but not time wasting. And that almost feels impossible. You know? That feels very, very difficult. it's called difficulty, but nobody levels in an MMO for difficulty, you know? Oh boy. Easy. Grindy at least means time-consuming. Sure, but a game can be time-consuming without being grindy, right? Elden Ring is very time-consuming, but it's not grindy, you know? Doesn't have to be boring. As Josh Strife Hayes says, MMOs are just mediocre games that are meant to be a chat room. I think there's some truth to that, yeah. And he is the expert on the subject. I think the only way to reconcile this is you would need to create an MMO that has difficult, engaging, moment-to-moment gameplay, but I don't think a lot of people would want that, you know? Like, okay, imagine a game that is an MMO, but it has Dark Souls combat. I feel like a lot of people would find that really annoying. Like, oh, now I have to go up against a regular fucking mob? Like, this is gonna be a 30-second fight against a regular mob, but it's Dark Souls combat? Like, so I have to roll and dodge their attacks and parry and stuff, but I'm gonna have to fight hundreds and thousands of enemies like that? I don't think so. I think a lot of people want the gameplay loop to be very simple, engaging but simple, but that also means that you're not really making many decisions, right? Monster Hunter doesn't play like this at all. Monster Hunter focuses its combat on like big single boss enemies, not on MMO grinding, you know? You could do an MMO with Monster Hunter style encounters where basically every fight is a big deal. That could be interesting. I'm trying to think what that would look like, okay? Hold on. Okay, I'm imagining like Monster Hunter, but now rather than it being like missions where you go after a big monster, it's a big open world where you and I don't know. I think a lot of people would dislike that, don't you? Because I think a lot of people would be like, what the fuck? I play MMOs to zone out. Why do I need to, like, be fucking, like, super duper on edge? People play MMOs in really big, long streaks. Like, it's like, oh, fuck, now for, like, 4 hours straight of gameplay as I grind through this area, I need to dodge every attack because any one of them could one-shot me or come close to one-shotting me. I feel like, a lot of people would dislike that. I already dislike the grindiness. You feel the grindiness more when it takes your conscious effort. I don't really feel the grindiness of what I'm doing right now, even though it's objectively, like, not requiring any thought on my part, because I'm talking to you guys. That's where my brain is. But if I was doing all of this while playing Monster Hunter, my brain would be on the game, so I wouldn't be able to focus on talking to you guys, which means the actual active gameplay would be more, demanding of my attention, and I would be annoyed. So, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe MMOs as a genre just kind of have to be a little bit boring. Or very boring. Grinding shouldn't exist. I don't agree with that. I think that grinding can be very satisfying sometimes. For me, the most fun thing about grinding is finding out how to do it really well. And some games are good about that and some aren't. If you like, if you really want money or resources or levels or something, having the game be designed so that you can go like, okay, what's the best possible way for me to do this? And then you figure it out and you're like, holy shit, look at how fast the bar is going up now. That feels pretty good, I think. But often that's not really on the table. Yeah, grinding should feel like you're cheating the system a little bit. I agree. I agree. I think that's very, very satisfying. I agree with that too, Zertef. Yeah, it'd be a little annoying. I'll have to think about that, Leafar. I'll have to think about that. I'll read donos before I answer. You're describing Guild Wars 2? A little bit. And I enjoyed Guild Wars 2 quite a bit back when I played it. Yeah, you're talking to like a real capital G gamer here, okay? I've had endgame characters in Path of Exile 2, Diablo 2, Diablo 3, World of Warcraft through multiple expansions, Final Fantasy 14, Guild Wars 2. You know, I'm just saying, you know, my opinions are informed by a decent amount of time spent. Ooh. What kind of Final Fantasy 14 character did you play? I don't remember. I think a Nord woman? I don't know what the race is called. Tall? No. I almost always play as black women if I can get away with it. I don't know. I'd have to go look for them. Vaughn Josie is a black woman, by the way. That's true. Were you there when playable VR was there? I don't remember what VR are. I put like 500 hours into Final Fantasy 14, but I don't remember anything about it. Which kind of tells you how I feel about the game, I suppose. Just keeping that for the cold resist. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people just play Final Fantasy 14 to roleplay. And there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. That's how they want to play. Almost to hell mode. Hell difficulty. Lads. VR were dark-skinned bunny girls. I might have played as one of those then. I genuinely don't remember. I would have to look. Bosch saying lads despite the fact that his chat is mostly trans women. Do you think of that as a gender? Well, it is, of course. Lad is a gender term. I don't know. I used to be a lot more like performatively woke about this. I was like, if you're not saying guys, look, if a trans chick is like, don't call me dude, just fucking listen to her. Like, why, you know, what are you losing by listening? But at the same time, obviously, semantically, a lot of people now incorporate these words in a non-gendered sense. I guess I'm just hoping that in the long run, no one gives a shit. But in the short run, right now, like obviously, you know, if somebody does give a shit, don't be disrespectful. What's the breakdown of your viewer demographics? Wouldn't you like to know? What are you, my op? Trying to get insider info? Nice try. This could be good. Hey, hey! Well, that's not bad. Tal Rasha's. Not good for me, but phenomenal.
I can't use that yet.
Oh, right, you're 5 levels too low. Well, that's gonna be fantastic for the Merc when he hits 66. Love to see it. Destruction. Just 1 level short? No. 5 levels short, actually. He's level 61. You liking the Warlock? Yeah. But I actually like Diablo 2 Resurrected so much that I would have gotten this, even if I didn't like the Warlock. Or didn't like the look of the Warlock, I guess I should say. Because I think it's nice to reward developers who spend a lot of time building something good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna... You know, like, I'm gonna get the Pathologic 3 dev pack. Not because I want what's in it, but because I want to give them more money. Been enjoying Patho 3? I'm only like 2 hours in. No spoileroni cappuccinis, okay? Are there usually this many serpents in here? Hello, Bale. It's the Lord of Destruction, lads! He's cursing us. Oh, fuck off. Doesn't look all that impressive. No, he really doesn't. He does have the least aura of the primevals. I agree. I think the design of Bale's a bit of a letdown. Diablo himself is classic, of course. Duriel's a big worm. You know, Mephisto, he's got good loot. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, Andariel looks good. I don't just mean because she's got her titties out. And Dario's pretty cool. Also, she has a lot of aura, like, arena-wise. You know, that big vat of blood. Oh, well, goodbye my mercenary and my insight aura. Also, she does have her titties out. That is true. She does also have her titties out. Yes. Will you stop? Will you fuck off? Alright, we'll get him back. Even though he'll probably die to the dinosaurs. Favorite WoW expansion? Don't say Cataclysm. Why would I say Cataclysm? Easily Mists of Pandaria. I think Mists of Pandaria is better than Wrath of the Lich King or Cataclysm, and I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not afraid to say it. And I think that's a justifiable position. I think that nostalgia corrupts a lot of people on this one. I think that Mists of easily, like what you go back, environment, the actual leveling zones, Kino, the raid tiers, 2 Kino raid tiers, Throne of Thunder and Orgrimmar? Come on, man. And that's not an... Goosey, you gotta stop asking that. I'm a politics streamer, okay? Politics. And that's not a nostalgia take on my part, either. Because I was there playing WoW Classic. I was playing the WoW beta build, okay? I had already been playing World of Warcraft for like 9 years or something before Mists of Pandaria came out. So it can't be in the nostalgia position. Live! Will he ever return to WoW? I hope not. Live! Yeah! Fucked him up! Fucked him up! Kept my boy alive. Oh, Drowsy Prof, thank you so goddamn much for the 10 bucks. I really appreciate that. Nothing wrong with not typically watching the streams. Sometimes we relax a bit and we play fucking video games. I'm really happy to hear it. I'll read donos properly at the end of stream. Just saw that one popped up and I wanted to acknowledge it. What damage difference are we getting for each point miasma bolt? Okay, we're getting 1741 max end damage per second on Abyss to 1787. Okay, like a little difference. Not nothing. Yada yada. Miss of Pandaria gets shit for being a China expansion. Why is that bad? You know, like, oh yeah, it's clearly China. Who cares? It's fucking awesome. It's such a good expansion. The damage. Keep him alive? Yeah! Unbeatable, boy! Get me to hell. Straight to hell. Just like every Republican, including their voters. Straight to hell. Let's go. Tyrael. Tyrael. Imagine if there was a Murloc expansion, but that'd be cool. Murlocs are like a really iconic part of WoW lore. I would rather there be a Murloc expansion that, I don't know, like, I guess Queen of Azshara has already been done, but I would rather that be the expansion they did than them just make up a bunch of new bullshit. Dude, what was the name of the expansion? I played it for a bit with the fucking death guy, where they're like, hey, you know, it was like Sylvanas focused, you know, hey, look at this, there's a whole death universe, and here's everyone, the Shadowlands. Yeah, a lot of that stuff, it's like, okay, I know you want to keep escalating because we've done the Legion and everything, and I know you're never going to want to, okay, and as long as we're talking about, like, never being able to close the loop on this shit, why do we still have the Alliance Horde division? Come on, man. This shit is so manufactured. How can you possibly have a Horde Alliance division in a world where you fought off the Legion? They don't really anymore? They can play together now? It's all cross-faction? Oh, okay. Never mind. That's cool. All good. Whatever. Whoa! What? There we go. I don't know why that first one didn't hit. Jesus, what's my... Oh. Yep. Yep. Dog, look at my resistance. All right, I think we've prioritized damage a little bit too much. I think we've overcommitted to the damage. All right. Time to get, what is it called? Ancient's Pledge? Time to get Ancient's Pledge. Okay. We'll keep that. We'll keep full juvies on number 4. We don't need... There. You're typing a lot of stuff, Lexicorp. I don't know what you mean. Pick the charm. I wasn't gonna leave the charm there. I wasn't gonna leave the charm there. Oh, great charm. This is what you wanted me to pick up? 13 to max stamina? Piece of shit. Alright, we need Ancient's Pledge. Ancient's Pledge is 3 sockets, right? We need a 3-socket shield. You know what? I'm gonna check the vendors. Maybe they have a 3-socket shield. Wait, do they sell regular socket items? Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
Good day.
I'm not gonna find it here. I'm not gonna find what I'm looking for here. The music in Act 1 of Diablo 2 is generational. Truly unrivaled. You know? So fucking good. That being said, we need to get some, you know what we could probably do to improve our survivability? Dump some of the 100 stat points into Vitality. We'll dump 50 of them, okay? I'm being too cute with it. I like his floating sword. Yeah, the Warlock can actually one-hand, two-handed weapons because he hovers them. And when he attacks, he makes the... There's actually, there are melee Warlock builds. It's like super cool. Hexblade? People like the idea of Warlocks fighting around a little bit, you know? Roughing people up. Oh my god. Lex, you're still typing! Yeah, Blizzard's got some bad people working there, for sure, for sure. No getting around that. Look, there was a time World of Warcraft was very, very good. Very, 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 very good. Is it still? No. But that time was real and should be recognized. Thank God for insight. You got this, man. Arrange it like this, actually. What was the last expansion you would have called WoW good? Legion. For sure. Legion was a good expansion. Yeah. What the hell, Diablo 2? We're just having fun. Hard to hit. There we go. There we go. I've not seen the Fallout TV show. I've heard it's good. It's not good. I've heard it's good. I've heard it's good. From reputable sources. It's not. It's pretty good. It's sick. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. As always, the diverse, colorful range of opinions in chat. Could use more damage. More damage and more resistance? Is such a thing possible? Did you watch Elon Musk play PoE 2? Yeah, I did. Or pretend to play PoE 2. Well, come on. Good as a mindless show? Oh, okay. Good to be good for something. One monster left. Where'd I miss you? Where'd I miss you? Have you ever gotten Enigma or Infinity in this game? Enigma, yes. Infinity, no. Yeah. On a Sork a while back. Not the most impactful character to get Enigma on, but, you know. Alright, who did I miss? Just over here? There you are. And with a book, too.
This place departs with me.
Classic Den of Evil. Classic Den of Evil. Oh yeah, for sure. You have cleansed the Den of Evil. You have restored my faith in humanity or something. Whatever she says. Okay. Okay, let's see. What do we have? Now, the only thing I'm really looking for is a Ancient's Pledge Shield. We'll do all the quests. You only go through hell on a Warlock for the first time once. Does Diablo have story or lore, or just basic bitch fantasy story lore? It's not the focus of the game. It's not really the focus of the game. Yeah, I mean, of course there's a story and there's lore and stuff, but it's just not that interesting. Whoa! 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 I nearly died! My shit's not doing as much damage now. That's fucked up. It is Southeast. They added a Warlock. They added a new class to Diablo 2. Pretty dope. You can resurrect demons. We're in hell, so we're gonna make a point of getting nice. We're gonna make a point of getting all of the waypoints. Ow! Ooh, Ballroom. What level is that again? 41. Nice. We love a good mid-rune. Why they add the Warlock? Why update it now? 25th year anniversary. A second? How are your resistances? You don't want to know. We have not been focusing on resistances. Give me a level. Give me a level. Yeah. Type shit. Lol, that's one-shot territory. Yep. Look, we'll get Ancient's Pledge when we get a 3-socket shield, okay? And until then, what do you want me to do? Honestly, you people. You people. They also said they'll add new stuff if the Warlock is received well. I think they're doing the rollout in a pretty cool way. So for those of you who don't know, they've done an expansion on D2, a 25-year-old game, which is cool. In addition to some quality of life changes, but they're only available if you play on a Rise of the Warlock server. So if you want to play the original D2, just remastered, you know, you can. But if you want to play it with the new stuff they've added, that's on a separate server. Blizzard loves ruining old games. Not this time. Also, Blizzard's not the one running this. I forget the name of the company, but it's not Blizzard. Where the fuck is the waypoint? I don't know, Captain Fuck. Activision? No, not Activision. I'm still... Hold on 1 second. I'm still running stealth on my chest piece. I completely forget what I should be looking for my chess piece. Something before Enigma. Enigma, Chains of Honor, something that doesn't require a bear rune. That soundtrack, I know. Okay, let me see. Authority, Hysteria, Bramble, Rain, Peace, Dragon, Lionheart, Bone, Stone, Principle, Hustle, Smoke, Duress, Stealth. You want Lem for Treachery? You think I want Treachery? +2 to assassin skill levels? Increased attack speed? What do you want about? Fortitude? Cast rate, damage, defense, +X to life. All resistances. Yeah, probably Fortitude, I guess. El Sol Dol Low. I still need a high rune for that. Easier than a bear rune, though. Oh, wait, I've already lit the fucking thing. Okay. Hey. Put that up. Oh, the muse. Oh. My armies will destroy you.
My army will destroy you.
Where's my boy at? There you are. Nice. No one's ever done that before. You ever watch Mr. Llama? No, I have not. The only D2 content creator that I watch is Zarf and the Loot Goblin, who I enjoy very much. He's the first to do it. What can I say? What can I say? By the way, as I want to remember, especially since it's a chiller stream, if you're in the YouTube chat and you want me to be able to read your messages, normally I can sometimes during stream, definitely can't while I'm playing games. Hop onto the site, vosh.gg. I know, spooky deep state, Palantir gonna steal your data. Well, there's nothing we can do about that now. Put your messages on the damn screen. Only if you want to. Get me into the stony fields. The stony fields. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ow! Yeah. So don't sign in with Google? No, 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 no. Give me all your data. All your data. Poor Deca in that fiery cell. We'll get to him. We'll get to him. Have you looked into Warframe? I have about 300 hours into Warframe. So, yes. I have looked into Warframe. Good game. And also an interesting example of, like, what if you had kind of an MMO, like, meta structure, but the moment-to-moment gameplay was more engaging. Pretty good example of it. That being said, as is so often the case with these games, I don't remember my time with it very much. I don't remember my time with these games very much. The most I remember with, like, MMO or MMO-adjacent games was me raiding Legion and Mists of Pandaria. Do you like the plot of Warframe? I don't really remember much, to be honest. Warframe's got a good story, though? Sure. But it can have a good story, and that doesn't necessarily fix the issue with, like, the moment-to-moment gameplay being kind of like, you know, you're just running through it. Guys, it's a fucking tier room! Just 50 million more of those, and we'll be able to get up to a low. Paladin only, I forgot. Really, Thana? I didn't know that. That's interesting. Aha. Where the fuck is the waypoint? What's the most memorable gift you've been given by a fan, IRL? I'm loath to say this, because I don't want to encourage people to give me, gifts now or to my P.O. box or anything like that, because I only have so much space in my house. I don't want to accumulate stuff and then feel like I can't get rid of it because of sentimentality. But the cat painting I don't consider, Artemy painting, I don't consider to be a gift from a fan, because that was more of a PV thank you thing. Obviously extreme sentimental value there for reasons that should be obvious. But I think it's, there's a really cute, like, I think crocheted doll of me made back there that was given to me while I was at VidCon over in Baltimore. And that's quite nice. He was a good boy. He's a very, very, very good boy. Did I already find the waypoint? And I'm just running around in circles for no reason? I have a P.O. box scribble. What the hell? Oh. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Forgot about that shit, because you can equip 2-handed weapons to 1. You can run Insight on Monster Hunter as a Warlock. On MH, sorry, not Monster Hunter. MH as a Warlock and never have mana issues. Yes, that is true. Just throw a fucking Brandistock in there. No, genuinely. The Warlock is probably a little bit overpowered, but also, who the fuck cares? Like, who fucking cares? Have you seen what the Diablo 2 PvP scene looks like? You know, this is not like a pure haven of skill that needs to be preserved, delicately balanced at all costs. Seriously, where is it? I must have like run right past it. D2 PvP looks ridiculous. This game is PvP? Yeah. But, you know, there are people who take it seriously. Wasn't that Diablo 4 cinematic trailer a banger cinematic? Oh, for sure. But, like, you know, a good cinematic does not a good game make. And that's one of the reasons why I try not to engage with hype in games. Oh my god. It's right up here. It's right up here. And I already activated it. I've probably been running around for 10 minutes for no reason. You fucking... Oh, you people. Oh. Just waiting for a Pokemon Warlock PvP? They would never. No balls. No balls. D4 has gotten better after the last expansion. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It doesn't really matter how good they make D4 because to me the magic is gone. Like, Blizzard is just a shit poop company now. It really sucks. I know there are good people working for them, and that the company had a lot of really bad elements back when they made the stuff that I consider classic. Like Kaplan said, you know, I know that's been around for a while, but it's just so difficult for me to think of their games as distinct. It doesn't land now, but like, not Diablo, sorry. Blizzard was like a special company for a long time. For a decade. Basically from the release of Diablo 1 up until probably the release of Diablo 3, being real. That was probably the big window. They were just coming out with fucking mega banger after mega banger after mega banger over and over and over and over again. They released them simultaneously for Windows and for Mac, which was a big deal for me because I had a Mac at the time growing up. Their games were like genre defining. They were so big. It was a golden, and now it just feels like a game. Like, have you... Okay, somebody mentioned this in chat earlier. It's so stupid. It's so funny. Have you seen the same-face criticisms of the female characters in Overwatch 2? They released, like, a big, like, wave of new characters, and they're just, all the women have the exact same face. It's really, really bad. And this is Blizzard. Character design is supposed to be their specialty.
Greetings.
I forgot Overwatch is Blizzard. Yeah, you know, that's maybe to their benefit. Margaritas, Goosey Goose. Yeah, no, seriously, Thana. Like, people joke about it now, or maybe don't reflect on it as much, but, like, Winston Overwatch is a good-ass character design. Bastion Overwatch is a good-ass character design. They drove a lot of interest, a lot of engagement. People liked them. They're memorable. It's easy to... But a lot of the characters now in Overwatch just... incredibly samey. And I know that part of that is biased because we associate, like, original OG Overwatch with a different era of Blizzard, and things look different, they felt different. Overwatch was originally, like, a very big deal. But there is a difference, man. There is a difference. May? I think, genuinely, I think that the skin that Overwatch released for May, where they revealed that she was not chubby, was a serious... indicator of decline for the company. I mean that sincerely. It felt in a way like if they just released a glossy nudity bikini tracer skin or something. Just some like chauvinist slop, you know, for the lowest common denominator. I have no idea what they were thinking. May had a distinct... Okay, being a chubby woman, that is a distinct character design, right? Especially in video games. We all know there's not a lot of rep there. May's very cute. Everyone likes May, right? For me, the decision to release a skin where she just looks like a regular, skinny, like, hourglass waist girl wasn't just... like, kind of misogynistic in the context of the broader gaming environment. It was also a sign of deep retardation. Like, nobody liked that. May was already crazy popular. Like, people loved how May looked. It showed this like massive disconnect between the company and the player base to approve it, you know, to send that out there. Genuinely, really, really crazy stuff. I think it's a bigger deal than a lot of people say. Oh, hey, Doe. No, though I played a bit of D2 Resurrected. I'm just doing it today because that's what I want to play. You know, we're just relaxing, maxing a little bit. But nah, D2R is great. They came out with a new expansion recently. The running theory is that Blizzard didn't want to piss off the Chinese fans because China's more fat-phobic. But May was already fat and Chinese. She was already... Like, it's not as though it's not as though it would have been a reveal that she was fat. She was already fat. Like, you could see it on her face and in the clothing. Is crazy. I feel like sometimes we externalize blame to China too much, you know? Like, Western companies will make bad decisions and people will be like, oh, they're just appealing to China. Are they? Maybe. Maybe they're just trying badly to appeal to us. You know? I don't know. Proto Ozempic era? Yeah. Here we go. I'd like to see specific evidence the reason China. I don't know. Especially, like, are you going to tell me the same face epidemic with the modern Overwatch 2 characters is because of China as well? You know, I don't know. I think they're just... The people on top who are making these calls on how the characters are supposed to be designed, I think they're very disconnected from what people want. Makes me sad to see all the we should force everyone to be on Ozempic stuff. There's a weird disconnect, too, because, like, the popularity of skinny people back in, say, the 1990s and early 2000s was uniform, right? Like, the cultural wave of everyone should look like they have anorexia was just totally fucking ubiquitous. But now, there's this, again, it's like the K-shaped economy. Heroin chic. It's like the K-shaped economy. There's this simultaneous push for everyone to be super skinny, but also a lot of people, you know, there's a very strong online culture of like, nah, we want fat fucks, you know? And it's not small either. Every time a game releases a character that's like a big guy or a big girl or whatever, there are a lot of people who love it, right? It's not just like a little community of fetishists online. It's like a large group of people enjoy that stuff. And God bless them, right? So, I don't know. Maybe all video games should be 50% heroin chic and 50% fat fucks. Maybe that's the world we're heading towards.
Such an old tree. Pity its fruits are just this scroll.
What's the May skin I'm talking about? It's like the Chinese New Year skin or something like that, I think. It had her in lighter clothing, and she had a cinched hourglass waist, which no the fuck she doesn't. No shot. I think you're thinking of the pajama skin? Maybe. Hold on one second. Let me just Google it. Skinny May. I hate to waste the experience, Ryan. Skinny May skin. Yeah, it's the, yeah, the pajamas one, I think. Man, that's even worse than I remember it being. That's really, really bad. Hold on. Let's show us? Okay, hold on one second. There. The left is the original skin. So obviously May is chubby. Look at her face, look at her proportions, right, etc. Look at the way the belt cinches around her waist. Like there's a lot of room there. Part of it's the coat, a lot of it's the tummy. And then look at the cinching of the waist on this one. That is crazy. That's like this is like a 23-inch waist, you know, for a very popular character, and one of her defining traits is that she's, you know, pudgy. This is not just, oh, she's not wearing the coat anymore. They made her tits smaller. Like here, her tits are big enough that they show through a very thick winter coat, and here it's almost like androgynous. Again, there's nothing wrong with looking like this, but it is crazy to take this character design and be like, this is also what she looks like. You get me, you get me. I mean, big dog, speak for yourself. You're misunderstanding. I'm not saying she's unattractive. I'm saying that it's crazy to it's crazy to say that's the same character, and it fits into a broader pattern of like skinny washing, you know, which isn't good. If a character's a fat fuck, they should be a fat fuck. She's not a fat fuck. She's not like Roadhog or whatever. But if a character is a fat fuck, they should that should be respected. Nice try. Yeah, snack at a tank, especially for a game like War Thunder, which I think is very disrespectful of people's time. I get that. I get that for sure. One of the ugliest characters in the game, Junkrat, was very popular with women. That's because women aren't terrible the way men are. The difference here is that women, women like... Okay, you know what? Women feel about their partners the way that we feel about MMOs, which is we want friction, you know? Guys will be like, here's the hottest girl in gaming, and it's like a Stellar Blade character, like a glossy plastic porcelain woman that could never exist in real life and looks inhuman. And women will be like, well, this is my fave, and it's like a grungy, greasy fuck. And they like the friction because it provides texture and legitimizes the sort of like, the grittiness of the dynamic, you know, not grittiness, more like the potential tension of the dynamic, the interesting elements. For Junkrat, it's the laugh. Well, in Junkrat's case, they're doomed anyway, because he's clearly gay. No big rejuves. Did you kill Rakanishu? How the fuck do you think I got here if I didn't kill Rakanishu? Think I ran around him while I was touching all the Tristram portals? Honestly, yeah. Let's go back and get our merc. We should have killed those archers faster. Bitches will say he's so dreamy and it's the tamale ogre from Shrek. But they don't really say he's so dreamy, right? They're more like, I would let him rearrange my guts or whatever. I think that a lot of men fetishize the concept of an idealized partner in a very superficial way, and a lot of women fetishize the idea of a very interesting dynamic that they work through. So their interest is a little bit more character driven. So when they see like a grungy guy, they don't think of it in terms of like, it's hot that he's grungy. They think of it in the sense of like, the fact that he's grungy means that he has a specific kind of personality, and it would be interesting and kind of hot, the contrast between my personality and theirs. The I will fix him thing, which, by the way, like, we make fun of women for this, but it's a lot more high IQ, I think, than, like, the Stellar Blade shit is genuinely, like, gorilla IQ. You're not even a real person. Like, what's your favorite woman? It's this plastic sex doll? Like, come on, dude. It's fucking... It's an insane thing to feel, I think. It's one thing to be attracted to the plastic sex doll. That's kind of what it's there for. But, like, that's your, like, ideal person? That's crazy. All right, we'll let him down. It's not women exclusive though. No, of course not. I'm speaking. I'm playing into stereotype here to speak very generally. It's not woman specific. There's nothing innately different about men and women. God, the music. Love the eeriness of the guitar. You can really appreciate why people were upset with the art style of Diablo 3. I really don't know what they were thinking. Like, obviously this isn't how D2 looked in the day. It was pixelated and stuff because the resolution was like 5 by 5 pixels. But I just can't imagine putting out this masterpiece and being like the next thing we want to put out that we're gonna make like a cartoony Warcraft kind of game, you know? No, I haven't played the new Terraria update. I will at some point. Yeah, you can really appreciate how popular the art style for this game was, because when they made Path of Exile, they literally just copied the art style. Like, Path of Exile 1 and 2 look fucking, like, art style-wise, they look identical to Diablo 2. One of the most interesting profiles I've sent alike to was an IG model, but a woman who cosplays in one of the Spider-Man suits. 2-hour conversation. Oh, hey, good luck. Cosplayers are super fun, like, as people and also as lays, I think, in a lot of cases. Just anybody who has a strong, defined sense of style, I think, is gonna fit in that category. Thank you. This isn't gothic or gritty? What do you mean? This isn't? I mean, it's not necessarily gothic, because we're not looking at architecture right now, but... What's your explanation for a lot of queer people being into MiHoYo games, Genshin, ZZZ? I have not played Genshin Impact or ZZZ, so I can't really say. I don't know. I think part of it is probably a stylistic thing. Like, those games have very stylish characters, and a lot of queer people like that, and I don't know. I'd have to play them to have an opinion on it. Real talk, do you find clowns hot? Not like clowns. I have seen women in like Harlequin outfits that I thought were pretty hot. Not like yippee haha pie to the face clowns, no. You're kidding me. Where's the goddamn tower, man? Whoa. Steven Nevskaya, thank you for the very kind 23 bucks 57 cents. Did you know this is the monthly price for Amazon and Kindle? It's also now my monthly contribution to PV to cancel out my business karma. Thank you, much appreciated, both for me and also to PV. I did not know that. No, I don't have Kindle. I mean, I have Amazon Prime. Yeah, so many subscription services have gotten so expensive. I don't actually talk about it that much. I talk about a lot of adjacent stuff. I should probably do a segment sometime soon on the really obvious push from a lot of tech giants to turn everything into a subscription-based service, which they've been doing for a while, but lately the push has been getting more aggressive, you know? Like the idea that you're not even going to own your own computer or whatever, or your real PC. You're going to have like a proxy PC, but everything's going to be run on the cloud or off of high-powered gaming devices that are elsewhere, stuff like that. Really grim stuff. It's a reaffirmation of the idea that neoliberalism has always been the big enemy and that the fascism thing is kind of an illusion. You will own nothing and be happy is unironically the motif of that. Like, that's not a fascist thing. Fascism isn't, you know, everyone is no one's gonna have a home-built PC. You're just gonna, like, fucking, you know, run games off a server farm or whatever. That's the neoliberal end rearing its head. Fascism is just about distracting us while all that happens. Whoa! Fucking archers, man. Is there a functional difference between neolibs and neocons? I just like positions and social issues and how hawkish you are. I don't really think so in like in a meaningful sense. They both turn the wheel the same way. How Shale, Raw, and Armor makes authority. Chancellor Range Park Second Ward, very good armor reading as well. Really? I don't know if I've ever made authority. 1 second. D2 authority. D2 Rune Wizard performing security verification. You're fucking captching me? What the fuck? Okay. Let me see. +2 to Warlock skill levels? Wait, is this a Warlock specific? They made Warlock rune words? Huh. Well, then we should definitely get it. Yeah, +2 to Warlock skill levels. 10% chance to cast Miasma Chain. Psychic Ward. Okay, well, yeah. It will suck to lose out on our faster run walk and faster cast rate and hit recovery. But, I don't know, do you guys think that's worth trying? We can at least try it. Okay, everyone keep your eyes out for 3-socket body armor, okay? You could easily gamble some fast run walk boots. You want to see how quickly I made this character? These are my gloves. These are my boots. Yeah. So, no, I'm not even picking up, like, rare boots off the ground. I have not been paying much attention. Telly from Enigma still better? Yes, of course Enigma is better. Do you have a bear rune for me? Do you not like multiplayer? I like engaging with this as a kind of meditative single-player experience. Whoa! Oh, I hit the panic button there. Archers, man. Oh, well, there goes my guy. That was tough. Big fucking volley of archers down a corridor, no place to hide. God damn. I have a job for you. No cheating. Pretty sure he thinks The Last of Us is shit. I have not played either of the Last of Us games, so I can't really say. Hello, love. Sorry, love, I will not be streaming super much longer. Maybe I'll finish after I beat Act 1? Oh, fuck. What do you think of the series? Well, how can I have an opinion on the series if I haven't played a single game in the series, you know? I don't know. They just don't really appeal to me, I guess. I mean the TV series? Well, I haven't seen the TV series, so... all I've really seen are video essays about the shit. Big level 2, man. Look at how big it is. Jesus Christ. I don't care about my old characters, POP. I just want to play with this one. You did say you wouldn't watch the TV series because the game is already a TV series. That does sound like something that I would say, yeah. You at the very least need to watch the gay episode I cried like a baby, but I don't want to cry. I want to feel good. Crying can feel good. Woman alert? Woman alert. Everyone. Hey, everyone. Woman alert. Uh-oh, die. I wish the chains would reliably hook on to targets that you're touching. A lace. Dude, these are some big sellers, man. I feel like these maps rolled really large. Well, there you go. Nice. You ever play non-boomer shooters? I don't like. I've played. I'm playing Doom: The Dark Ages right now. Give me a definition. You know, non-boomer shooter. What's a boomer shooter? Shit that feels like Doom or Quake. You know, you run around real fast, you've got a fuck ton of ammunition and guns. You don't have to swap out between two of them. No chest-high walls or cover healing or whatever. You liking Dark Ages? It's okay. I mean, it's good. It's just like... It doesn't feel like I'm playing a single-player game on its own. It feels like I'm playing a multiplayer game that has a single-player campaign, and I'm just running through all of the maps for the multiplayer with some objectives scattered around. Does that make any sense? It doesn't feel like I'm playing a bespoke single-player experience. Alright, bucko. Is it multiplayer? There's a multiplayer mode, but I'll never play it. Nice. Woo! Dole. What level are you again? 31, never mind. You're one of the people that likes 2016 more than Eternal and Dark Ages? No, I think Eternal is better. Okay, the story of 2016 is best, right? But the gameplay of Eternal is better. Is GoldenEye a boomer shooter? Funnily enough, no. GoldenEye is its own genre. GoldenEye is GoldenEye. The gameplay elements of GoldenEye have not been adopted into a broader genre. Worthless. A boomer would say that? Well, I mean, tell me then, where is that game? Like, what genre of game do you have where you have, like, a cover focus but no cover mechanics, heavy stealth with the gameplay looping in and out of stealth and action segments, but also the ability to pause and enter this, like, full screen precision shooting mode. You know, there's, like, GoldenEye is GoldenEye, you know? A lot of what made GoldenEye special was unique to its time, and people don't want it now. Time Splitter's pretty GoldenEye-ish. Point given. Yeah, probably the closest we have to a GoldenEye like. In a more mod, apart from Perfect Dark. Apart from, yeah, because Perfect, that's the, well, what's the GoldenEye genre? Perfect Dark. Yeah, that was just the next game they made, you know? That doesn't count. Oh, fuck, right. I'll come back here. Outer cloister, here we come. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fumito Ueda game, Ico and such? No, I have not. Did I not already find the exit? To the Tamo Highlands? Time Splitter was made by the same devs as GoldenEye? Was it? Okay, well, that explains that. Noah Caldwell or Joseph Anderson, two bad bitches. You're not gonna catch me smearing either one. That being said, I do engage with Joseph Anderson's content a lot more. Okay, here we go. Follow the path because Temo Highlands has like nothing in it except for a level 85 area that we can't do much with right now. Ah! Oof, ouch, oof. There's the Gothic. The world's largest monastery. Jacob Geller's the goat, better than H-Bomb. Why does everything have to be bad bitches with you people? Can't you ever compare a bad bitch to a nasty bitch? Can't you be like, yeah, man, Jacob Geller's the GOAT. He's way the fuck better than Asmongold. Like, yeah, okay. Jacob Geller's way better than Hitler? Yeah, there we go. Let's go find the butcher. The butcher. Whoa! Some of these guys, man. Some of these guys. No one does well thought out in-depth analysis like Asmongold. That's fucking true. Abyss is so fun. They really did a good job of making the spells on Warlock feel like they could have been from Diablo 2. Or I guess a better way of putting it is they made the spells distinct and flashy and interesting, but not in a way that departed from the accepted style, which I think is really tough to do. Like, they could have made some really, really flashy, high-octane stuff, you know? Like, played out like PoE 2 skills or whatever, but they didn't. Hey, you killed my guy. They killed my fucking guy. Ow. Hog. We're almost done. Well, not quite almost, but we're getting there. Leveling up everything that we need to in the Abyss tree. Nothing's worse than having to shit after you shower. That is true. But sometimes showering is what, you know, rumbles your tummy. That's life. Sometimes life itself is a nasty bitch. DVS Offline, thank you for the $5. Social media is not a terrible thing to the scale of socialization. Getting a half dozen people to watch you play a game and talk used to be an achievement. Oh, you mean just like interpersonally? Yeah, for sure, 100%. What was that? I saw that tweet just the other day. It was, people forget having 15 likes in your tweet is crazy. Imagine 15 monkeys in the room fucking you right now. That's so many! Damn, you're right. I'll be more appreciative in the future. Gorillas? Okay, gorillas. Germa did that bit when somebody called him an 8K Andy. Imagine Andying Germa. That shit is crazy. Germa's one of the few people in this space that have, they've ascended beyond just being a game streamer, and now they're like a broader icon / celebrity, you know? People write articles about Germa, you know? He's a figure. He's a force. Yeah, more of a concept, really, for sure. All right, let's wrap up Act 1, and then I'll finish up the donos, then head. And don't expect this to be a consistent game that I play on stream or anything like that. I just wanted to chill for a bit, you know? Just wanted to chill.
Can do with proper implements.
Well, I will be playing MGS2 Alien Spook. You can count on that. I want to. I'm excited to see how this crazy-ass story develops. I want to have opinions on everything.
For simple minds.
Ow. Yeesh. A really musty green. Well, thank you very much for the $2. Sweet Dreams does good stuff. Very good stuff. Moving on down. We gotta res our merc, but for now we're moving on down. Can't stop moving because the one shot me with their arrows. Da 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 da. Sorry, 3 Fat Samurai. I'm afraid that this is your battle to fight. You should do Minecraft songs? Okay. So we back in the mines, got that pickaxe swinging from side to side, side to side. That's all I remember. You're welcome. Da 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 da, and look up. Total shock fills my body. Something like that. Oh no, it's you again. I could never forget those eyes, 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 cause baby. Wait, are you immune to magic? No. Okay. Ooh. Gonna one-hand you. Nope. Cause baby tonight, the creeper's trying to blow our stuff again. Stuff again. We'll run, run until the sun, until the sun comes up in the morning. Cause baby tonight. Yeah. Then they get the rap solo win or something? The hip hop beats? Yeah. To a Hightail song? No, I don't know any of those, sorry. Phantom Limbs never released. Musty Green, thank you for the additional $5. More or less reaffirming the information you already provided me, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I'll definitely take a look. Must suck to be born as some random wraith at the bottom of a dungeon. Hey, unrelated, or kind of related to what you just said, but I really wish that games where there is a confirmed afterlife and a confirmed soul would take that concept a little bit more seriously. Or, what I mean to say is, like, in any world with necromancy, or any of this shit, wraiths, spirits, like, if in a world where undead exists, there is, then, for sure, an afterlife, right? Like, obviously this game is called Diablo. We know there's an afterlife. There's literally angels in heaven and stuff like that. We know how all that business works. But, like, you know, I feel like the human world would work very, very, very differently if we had absolute, undeniable, concrete proof of the divine. You know what I mean? I don't think society would play out the way that it did in real life. I feel like, for one, like, what keeps everyone from killing themselves to get to heaven faster, right? Like, in the real world, Christians and a bunch of other religions, they said, well, if you commit suicide, you can't go to heaven. Okay, makes sense. Like, as a, you know, as a deterrent, right? But what about here? Is the same the case here? What if it wasn't? Like, would you get a ton of people trying to, like... So, okay. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. For me, one of the coolest bits of history that is true but also soy is Vikings, right? The Viking religion. Vikings really, truly did believe that the way to get to Valhalla was to die in valorous combat. If you died of old age or hunger or whatever the fuck, you did not get to go to Valhalla. So a lot of Vikings would be suicidally brave because they legit thought that was like the way to go out, you know? It sounds like a bit of fake world building in a D&D game, but it's real. That's a real thing. They actually did that, you know? There's plenty of evidence to that point. So, like, their society, because of that, just because of that one rule, was very, 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 very different to a lot of other comparable societies. You had, like, a bunch of socioeconomic changes that were created by the fact that basically all men were part of a warrior caste who thought they had to die under specific circumstances. There's lots of historical evidence to the point, for instance, that, like, old men who had survived many wars would challenge people around them, allies, to fights. Sometimes their own sons or their brothers or whatever, because they're like, well, the only way I'm getting in is in valorous combat. Like, I need to fight, and that it doesn't really matter to me if I'm killing people I like or care about, you know? Because I'm on the way out anyway. I cannot die of old age. If I do, I'm not going to Valhalla. It sounds like orc shit, like, you know, but it's real. Well, kind of. Viking was just a job that all men had to do. Yeah, but, like, they were the ones going to Valhalla, right? Even the non-Vikings, the regular, like, peasantry who did farming or cattle raising or whatever, they also believed that. They just didn't think that they were going to go to Valhalla. There were other afterlives, but the ones, the soldiers, like, that was what they were gunning for. you know? And because of that, there's also a lot of historical accounts that the Vikings were, like, huge pieces of shit to their own dudes. Because their thought was like, dog, I'm literally a different cast of person. Like, I'm built different. I'm going to Valhalla when I die. You're going to, like, I don't know where the regular Vikings, I don't, like, whatever world they're going to. So, like, their society was very, Helheim? Whatever. Their society was really, really, really different just because of a rule to their mythology. And I don't know, sometimes it's like you're playing in a game or watching an anime or a movie, and you have absolute, concrete, definite proof in the context of that universe that the divine exists, but all of society seems to function the same. Human settlements in the Diablo world, you know, descendants of the Nephilim, they're just like regular Western European medieval settlements. You know? Like, I don't know, would they be? Wouldn't shit be crazier? I don't know. They don't play with it enough in D&D too, I feel. In D&D, oftentimes, the big cities are just... Like, would Baldur's Gate really look like that? Are you really telling me that a bunch of people would just be doing, like, day-to-day shit, living their lives, if you know for an absolute fact that you can devote your life to a god and be given power? And have a favored place in the afterlife? I know not everyone who worships Tyr becomes a paladin or a cleric or whatever, but I feel like there'd be a lot of people who would be like, fuck regular life. I guess what I'm asking is, how the fuck do you have farmers? I'm not sure if the average person knows that in D&D. I think they do, because the evidence of the existence of deities is really, really consistent and ubiquitous, you know? Hetue, I think there's some truth to that. There are a lot of different faiths in deity, and not all revolve around glorious battle. No, I know that, but like, you're talking about your immortal soul here, in a world where everyone knows their immortal soul is a real thing. I just feel like it'd be difficult to orient society around agriculture. Keep in mind, the feudal period in real life was like 95% of people were farmers, basically. You're telling me that in D&D it was like that too? Like 95% of people are farmers, even though they know for a fact that they could... Like, all that is open to them? All the knowledge of the cosmos and... But that's how our world works. Most people are religious and believe in afterlife. But in the real world, you can't pledge your service to a god and be given power. In D&D, you demonstrably can, you know? You could just go to a... Like, even if you yourself don't have that power, you can go to a church, and a cleric at the church can be like, oh yeah, I worship Tyr. Watch. And then heal your wounds. That's crazy. I feel like this would break the brains of a lot of people in a way that is underexplored in the context of those worlds.
The shadows churn with the touch of anguish.
Well, there are agriculture gods too. Sure, but they're not giving power to farmers. Well, we don't know how ubiquitous and present the information is to medieval peasant god miracles to the absolute truth. I think there's a difference. In D&D, it, like, canonically, for many, many, many people, they can observe actual magic. Whereas in the Catholic Church, you get canonized after miracles, and a miracle is like you prayed for a bit and then more fish appeared in the harbor to be fished the next day. Like, it's the difference in how evident the magic is pretty significant, you know? To a tribal man they are, the living world is divine magic. Please don't do this to me. Come on, you know there's a difference. Are you seriously telling me that in a world where you could go to a peasant and give them immediate, undeniable proof that magic is real because of a god, that wouldn't change anything because the average peasant back in 1492 also believed in God? Come on, it would definitely change things. All I'm saying is I want that to be engaged with. I'm interested. You can't be an atheist in the Forgotten Realms. You'd be ridiculous. Oh, I don't believe in it. My brother in Christ, you can go to literally any religious... And I'm only talking about clerics and paladins. I'm not even talking about sorcerers, wizards, warlocks. You could... any random person in the Forgotten Realms can get down on their knees and be like, hey, fucking Baal or whatever, I feel like being evil. If you let me be evil and, like, give me a sign, I'll do bad shit. And there is a very real possibility that that works out for them. Maybe not right away, maybe not like, you know, day one or whatever, but it doesn't take much, you know? The gods are pretty present in the world. There was a historical event! The Spell Plague, man! In the Forgotten Realms, there was literally an era where the deities were stricken down from the heavenly plane and walked the physical world as, like, physical gods. That's a real thing that happened. I know, Musty Green Beanie, you've said that. The Avatar Crisis, not the Spell Plague. Oh, now you know what you're talking about, Lexi Glorp. You don't know what Diablo 2 is. You don't know what World of Warcraft is. You got shit to say about Blizzard. Now you know, in Forgotten Realms lore. Okay, thank you. Yeah, you don't know what fucking Half-Life is? Jesus Christ. Anyway, it doesn't need to be about D&D specifically. All I'm saying is that, like, it's like Castlevania. I think that if in a world where there was absolute undeniable proof of the supernatural, human regular society would be organized very differently. Like, I've talked about this before in the context of superheroes, but the only reason we have police as a concept is because everyone can be killed by a bullet. The moment you have a world where some people can't be killed by a bullet, police become obsolete. And those people could commit crimes or do whatever they wanted with absolutely no oversight or potential consequences. They would be, like, unstoppable unless you mobilize the military or some other shit like that, and that would fundamentally rearrange how society functions, you know? But oftentimes, like the extreme example of this is My Hero Academia, which has the world building of a gas station toilet filled with wet shit. The extreme version of this, like, oh, Japan looks exactly like how it does, but 1/3 or more of the population has magical superpowers. Shut the fuck up. The world would be a wasteland. Come on. Like, I understand it's pulpy, but, like, it's unjustifiable if you think about it for any length of time, right? Yeah, I feel like, you know, if there was magic, the world would have to shift to respond to that, and it would be very, very different. Very different. Avengers isn't any better. Nothing is worse than My Hero Academia when it comes to this particular element of bad world building, but yes, the Avengers also has this issue. The sudden appearance of superpowers, sure, but how different would it be? That should have always been the norm. Totally different. I refuse to believe, like, as a Marxist who believes in material conditions dictating the course of societal events, okay? I cannot believe that if you did something as fundamental as magic now exists, or superheroism or whatever else, that everything would basically play out the same. The world would be completely fucking different. It's like unrecognizable to our own. Ow, what the fuck? Consequences to my actions?
Good day.
The Sisterhood welcomes you.
Ow, ow, ow. Such a bratty intonation. I suck dick. I can do what I want. Fuck you. Let me out! Let me out! Got you, love. Yeah, I'll be done soon. Almost there. Have you read Witch How to Tiliate? No, but I keep planning to. Sheesh. Ow. No, Lexi, I've not. Shinsekai Yori is the scenario. Surviving people's psychic power start for 3,000. Okay, I haven't seen it, Tesla, or I haven't read it, or whatever it is. I think the problem is that when people think of how cool it would be to have magical powers, they imagine them having it in the world that exists today. So when we create wish fulfillment fantasies in fantasy scenarios where you want to sympathize with characters who have magic powers or superhero powers or whatever, we want it to look like the world as it is today. People don't want to imagine being superheroes in a world that is so different to our own that it's alien. They want to imagine being superheroes in the world that exists today. So we contrive like excuses for why the world looks the same in those scenarios. Which makes sense. Oh, I homebrew everything, Lexi, so I couldn't really do that. So if you ended up in the Forgotten Realm, what character class would you go for? I really do wish that there was some canon explanation for hit points in the Forgotten Realms. When your fighter levels up and gets more health, are they literally, physically, magically more durable? Or is it just an abstract representation of your skill in combat allowing you to avoid taking full damage from hits? Like, if you're a fighter with 100 HP, you can tank a direct flame breath from a dragon. Does that mean that your body is physically stronger than an average person's? Like, magically so? Or does that mean, like, oh, you know, even though the game says you got full-on hit by it, you actually got lightly grazed because you expertly dodged out of the way? With the lucky dude? Maybe. But fall damage exists, so it's literal durability? Yeah, exactly. Like with fall damage. What, are you going to tell me that, like, a level 20 fighter can survive falling from terminal velocity because they're a more skilled fighter? They're clearly more durable. Like, there's something magical that is changing their bodies to make them stronger. It's not just, like, you know... I've always wondered that. Like, because especially when you're DMing and you're describing a combat encounter and you've got a character who's like level 10 and they take a direct hit from an arrow, a hit from an arrow is a big deal. So in what way, how were they hit by it, you know? I usually default to the assumption that magic is omnipresent in the Forgotten Realms, and as a consequence, people getting stronger is an actual physical change in their bodies. You know what I mean? Like if a person has higher HP, their strength is an actual thing, not just a abstract representation of their martial skill. You can say like the mana that flows through the weave or whatever just congregates around them or some shit. You know, you can say whatever you want. Probably cripple. Ever watch Jake and Amir back in the day? No, I did not. New video with Saran appearance? I can't watch this on stream. I'll try to familiarize myself with it. I'll take a peek. He's looking very yellow in that thumbnail. Thank you for the $5. It's also kind of difficult to know what exactly stats mean in D&D, because a lot of them are nonsense. Like, a regular person should never be able to win a strength contest with an ogre. But they can. An ogre can roll a 3, and a regular person can roll a 19. Not even a 19. They can roll like a 17. And they can win, which is like what? What if the contest is arm wrestling? You're really telling me luck allows a regular civilian to out-arm wrestle an ogre? Come on. Sometimes you can't do rolls. Sometimes as the DM you have to say, nah. Like, that is just that. The ogre might sneeze or slip. Yeah, but I feel like past a point that just gets really, really ridiculous, and it means that there's no actual flow or cohesion to the rules of the world, because at any point all of reality might rearrange itself around an insanely improbable event happening like 20 to 30% of the time in a dice roll.
And the maiden's anguish waned.
Yay!
As he looked on her charred corpse.
Probably not Southeast. I agree, Lexi. I think that a D20 is a little bit too variable with its outcomes. Wouldn't luck be like Divine Intervention? No, Divine Intervention is a very specific thing in D&D, I'm afraid. Fire Resist? I'll take Fire Resist. There should not be a 5% chance that the greatest fighter in his era drops his sword in the middle of a fight and eats shit. Yeah. I mean, well, not even 5. Again, like, I think it's fine with attack rolls, because even if you're a great fighter, there's plenty of reasons why your attack might miss a regular person. Like, you might be attacking like a civilian and you swing and they miss. Like, there's a million reasons you can explain that. But in contests, like a knowledge contest or a strength contest, sometimes the outcomes can just be ridiculous. Like, legit, hold on one second. D&D Ogre stat sheet. So it would be athletics, and do they even have proficiency in athletics? They don't? Oh, man. Okay, no, athletics plus 5. There we go. Athletics plus 5, and it would be plus 0 for a regular civilian. So yeah, like in a strength contest, like arm wrestling, a regular civilian could roll a 12, and an ogre could roll a 6, and the regular civilian would win in arm wrestling against an ogre. Yeah, like sometimes, do they not get a size different bonus? Not innately. No, innately it would be for carrying capacity. Like, but I like sometimes it's a little. It's all about how you interpret it. No. I understand that, but textually, the way the stats play out, It is a direct strength contest. As a DM, you can adjust stuff to make it sensible, but you are doing that against the rules. Like, I'm not saying you can't edit the rules, it's literally D&D, but like, you're looking at the text of the rules and you're saying, well, that can't be right, and you're adjusting for it to compensate. And I'm saying that stuff like that makes it difficult to take the raw outcomes of some roles or some, like, interpretations a little, you know, seriously. All right. Boop-a-doo. Excuse me. You want to get really mad, a 19th strength ogre can lift less actual weight than 2 10 strength commoners. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff there that can get pretty dumb. Pretty silly. DVS Offline, thank you for the 666. If I had undeniable proof the Christian God existed, I'd devote my life to acting against him. Apropos donation number, you know? Thank you. But don't involve me in this heretical quest, okay? Thank you. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I think Talarico would approve. Conciliator and Futura, thank you for the tier 1 subs. DVS Offline, thank you for the $5. My stepfather's been looking into buying D4. How do I convince him the newest game isn't the best one? I don't know. D3 is pretty dead. D2R is fun, but there's not that much content. I don't know. Maybe D4 would be worth it. I don't know. Rivera Life, thank you for the $5. No Space is Sad, thank you for the 5. I'll take a look at this when I can. Thank you very, very much. Leafar, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Really appreciate that. I don't know. I don't want to relitigate the conversation we had about Castlevania. I don't think I could even summon the energy to. We've been live for a while. We've been live for 6 hours, you know? It's been a solid haul. Flop Bingus, I've never played Bioshock 2's PvP. Matt Montoya, thank you so much for the $5. Congratulations. Thank you for voting for Talarico. Hell yeah. Hope it pans out. And finally, Drowsy Professor, thank you for the $10. I responded to you earlier, but I want to reiterate that I really appreciate the kind words and sentiment. Everyone, that does it. I am going to fucking dip. I love you guys very much. Take care. Stay hydrated. Don't forget to shout out the subreddit before you go today. And shout out to the subreddit r/Voshvi. Take care. See you guys soon.